Hey, good morning. Good morning, good evening, and good afternoon to all you guys here. This is Viperstrike 95 Flight Simulation, and today we are back with another Microsoft Flight Sim stream. And yes, we are recreating lanes 49 and 50 today of our Breitling DC-3 around the world trip. We're actually here at Chicago Executive Airport, or known by locals as Milwaukee Municipal Airport, just located outside the city of Chicago, Illinois. And I hope everyone's doing well here today. Today we got a bit of a longer flight compared to last week. This is definitely a longer flight. We'll be traveling through quite a few areas today on our journey. We'll be traveling through the Great Lakes, Michigan, Ontario, Niagara Falls, New York State, and Massachusetts as well. We got quite a bit of a long trip today. So let me show you what our general flight plan is for this morning's flight plan. Go. So as I look, I want to say hello to the chat. Good to see you, Stars Oblivion. That's awesome. Yes, I'm looking forward to this as well. Absolutely. This is the flights I've been looking forward to the most. We have Roby. Good to see you. Devil Dude. Yes, you visit every country on Volanta. That's awesome. And we have Super Typhon and Atmos Kim. Good to see you. So yeah, we are going to fly over a bit of Chicago, actually. So we're going to be going over from Chicago Executive. We're going to fly over downtown Chicago. We'll be checking out Wrigley Field in downtown Chicago. We might be seeing the Shedd Aquarium and Soldier Field. Yeah, we might see Chicago downtown, and we get to see Soldier Field. Then from there, we'll be traveling through Lake, I believe this is, Lake Michigan. Then we go through much of Michigan. We go nearby Kalamazoo and Lansing, the capital, before heading back up and just above Detroit into Lake Huron. From there, we'll be checking out Toronto, Pearson. We visit Toronto, Pearson. Then next afterwards, from Toronto, Pearson, we'll be doing a brief flyover of Toronto. Then from Toronto, we'll be checking out Niagara Falls. They did a whole air photography thing of it, and yes, I got Jefferson's scenery loaded up. So we'll be checking out Jefferson's Niagara Falls. Then from there, we'll be going through Rochester, then fly across New York State, including over the state capital of Albany, then into Massachusetts, and make our final stop here at Hampton Field in Bedford, Massachusetts, just right outside of the city of Boston. So yeah, this one is going to be what we've been doing here today. Would fly with you, but you're on long haul. No worries on particle flights on the long haul stuff. Yeah, too far north. Yeah. Oh. Oh yes, Charlotte to Seattle. Yes, that was my flight, Devil Dude. I went to Charlotte to Seattle as part of my connecting trip to Seattle from Louisville. So here it is, guys. Here's our Breitling DC-3 where we take it for the journey. Unfortunately, the liver is no longer on Flights MTO, so we don't have it. But yeah, this is the Breitling DC-3. For all you guys here for the first time on these streams, this DC-3 was actually over 70 years old when they flew this DC-3 around the world, and she had quite a bit of a long history. Originally it's flagship Cleveland, but she's gone through quite a long both commercial and private history. So she's now here in Chicago. We're going to get her loaded up for the trip. I mean, I'm pro starting this DC-3, so it should only take me about a few minutes. Right, nav lights on. And just in Chicago, we're going to be around 2,000 feet for Chicago. Then after Chicago, we're going to climb all the way up to around 8,000 feet. So we're going to climb around 8,000 feet for this one. So we're gonna go low for Chicago, but we're gonna go high into Toronto. Then afterwards for Lake 2, we're gonna go pretty low for both Toronto and Niagara Falls, so we can see the falls. No worries, no worries, Atmos Kim. No worries. I'm gonna go on, turn on the battery, turn off the ground power. Oh, what is the longest time you guys ever been in the sim? The longest amount of time? For me, the longest I've ever been on the sim was around 11 hours. From Bordeaux to Seattle was the longest I've ever done. That was for one of the sim achievements, actually. But yeah, that's the longest time I've been on the sim for a single flight. So we're gonna go ahead and get. That's weird. This thing. Oh, I think I know what I did wrong. One last thing, I forgot to check the tanks. Whoops. Okay, sheesh. One is not one flight. Oh, the longest, that's nothing. Oh, you did London to Hong Kong and then to San Francisco. Oh my gosh. Oh my god, that is long. You also did, oh my god, London to Sydney. God, that's a 19-hour flight. And then back from Sydney to London. Oh god, that's about 38 hours of flying. You kidding? That's really long. I would never do that long session. I don't do that. That's not me. All right, guys. And then finally for the heading for the first leg of the it's 137 degrees. So let me go ahead. Let's go ahead and set that. Don't worry, I will circle around a bit so you guys can, any guys who left on the ground can catch up. Server location. No, yeah, it's Southeast Asia. That's right. Exclamation point server. If you don't know what you're doing, I have a command. Exclamation point server. That would be, I'm usually in Southeast Asia. One. Yeah, Microsoft has kept up with the autopilot. All right, we got Star Wars Oblivion with us. Hey, good to see you, Gamesplay00. Why is my MSFS crashing? That's a good question. Usually, if MSFS is crashing, it could be either your add-ons. That's a good question. It could be one of your add-ons causing those issues that cause crashing, because sometimes incompatible add-ons could cause crashing. Sometimes some people have the graphics driver thing issue. Some people might have that issue with your drivers. It could be all sorts of things games play, but yeah, that's probably where I want to answer the question. But welcome on in, first time in chat. So it also could be cache. Cache could also be. How do I fix it? Well, if it's cache, you probably might remove the rolling cache, and you turn off rolling cache and delete it. That could probably fix it. If it's add-ons, you might have to automatically remove and eliminate each of the add-ons until you find the one that's causing the issues and then remove it. It's easier if you have something like add-ons linker or something like that. Yeah, add-ons linker would help mitigate that issue. But basically, there are so many issues that can cause a sim to crash. So that's how I would probably fix it. It just depends on what it is, but it just depends. And if you have the graphics driver thing, and then you're an Xbox. That's a good question. That's right, you're an Xbox. Okay, I don't have Xbox, but if you have add-ons, you might have to remove them from your content manager. You have to go to your content manager and remove some of your add-ons and all that. Because I'm on PC gameplay, so I know there's more ways to kind of fix that on PC, but for Xbox, I probably... Okay, it was fine earlier? That's weird. But yeah, that's just how it is. I guess that maybe your cache users, it might be certain location could cause crashes. There's just so many things that cause Microsoft to say crash. Xbox hard drive, I don't think it's the hard drive. I think it's more so much of other stuff. Yeah, you know it's an Xbox bug. Yeah, it could be another game, so you could have to try and fix that on Xbox. But yeah, like I said, I don't really too much know about Microsoft and Xbox fixes, so I do apologize for that gameplay. It just... I'm on PC, so I don't really know about the Xbox issues too much. If I was on Xbox, I would probably know, but... That's why I'm trying to look, it may be something similar to what PC would do. So... Yeah, we're about to approach Chicago here, everyone. So we can see the Chicago coastline a bit of the Sea of Chicago. Right around this area is Loyola University in Chicago. Is Old Loyola. Also not far from this area, we just passed Evanston. That's where Northwestern's at. One of the prestigious universities here in the state. But soon we'll be flying over Wrigley Field in Chicago. So we'll be checking out Wrigley Field. It never fails to complete me. Yeah, you could... I just pressed something that's up... Oh, that's what it is. Your Xbox updating. That's what it is. Your thing's updating. Yeah, you just let your Xbox update for a bit, and then it might be an issue later. Yeah, it's just updating gameplay. I think that's probably why it crashed, because you were trying to enter it while it was updating. That might be the cause of your problems. But yeah, I think that might solve your problem. I have a 10-minute taxi taking a quarter-in tailwind departure. No worries. So down below us, it is historic Wrigley Field, home of the Chicago Cubs baseball team since 1914. One of the oldest, one of the second oldest ballpark in Major League Baseball, only behind Boston's Fenway Park. Man, this is incredible. Look at Chicago. Yeah, this wasn't originally part of the plan, but I decided, to do some aerial photography around Chicago. So, I can definitely see some more buildings. There's the Willis Tower over there. I could definitely see Willis Tower. Um, just incredible. There's the Navy Pier. There's the pier. Just absolutely just incredible views of downtown. And there's Soldier Field, and there's the former Meeks Airfield, actually. Brought back in the sim via the 40th anniversary edition. Alright guys, go ahead and change direction. By the way, guys, I posted here in my Discord and all that. I do have a Discord if you guys want to join in. Your PC's currently taking a hit, hiring a hitman for you. Yeah, probably. So let's go ahead and finally raise. Let's going to go ahead and climb to 8,000 feet for this one. We have quite a bit of a leg going up. So we're currently going up over Lake Michigan now. One of the 5 Great Lakes. What makes up the Great Lakes. But this is here is Lake Michigan actually. It's the second largest of the Great Lakes here by volume, around 1,108 cubic miles, and the third largest in surface area, around 22,404 square miles, after Lake Superior and Lake Huron. And it's the only Great Lakes here in the U.S. that's actually located fully in the U.S. And it's the world's largest lake by area located fully into one country. And it's shared between the U.S. states of Wisconsin, Illinois, Indiana, and Michigan. And you can find ports like Chicago, Illinois, Gary, Indiana, Milwaukee and Green Bay, Wisconsin, and Muskegon in Michigan. But Lake Michigan was a major trade node for bulk transport of bulk goods. In 2002, over 162 million net tons of dry bulk were moved to the lakes, mainly with iron ore, grain, and potash. They're also a major deal for tourists and recreations. Few small cruise ships operate in the Lake Michigan, while water sports are practiced like yachting, sea kayaking, and more. So quite a bit of important stuff. But yeah, like many of the Great Lakes here, they are very historically been very important with lots of shipping. But yeah, we're going to be climbing up to 8,000 feet. So yeah, I hope everyone's enjoying hope you all enjoying your weekend so far here on stream. So there's definitely some pretty big news and information stuff that have been going on this weekend. I know the B2 just came out the other day from Quick Flight, Quick Flight, I believe. Released the Spirits for which comes out at just 13 British pounds. Comes with its own flight management systems, MFD, EFD capabilities, autopilot hold. It also has high many quality liveries and a free liveries pack as well. But I mean, for 15 British pounds, I actually heard it's quite decent despite the cost. It's actually quite decent from what I've heard. But definitely a very... Yeah, but for 18 US dollars, that's not bad. And then the other thing is Ramon International Airport, Lima Lima Echo Romeo from FTX Des is worked on the study model for Ramon International in Israel, just outside of Elliot, which is Israel's second busiest airport, and they converted their model originally from P3D and now into MSFS. Featuring drainage trenches, a new model with terminal roof hatches, a 7-meter wall separating the airport from the parking area, as well as taxi and runway lights. They're working on a new airport in Israel. Ooh. Pretty cool, but that's just the only bit of news I can find. So let's see who's flying along. We have Atmos Kim, we have Wild Attic in the A320. And we have Starless Oblivion here. These are everyone that's flying along with us today. Thank you guys so much for flying along with us today. I hope everyone's having a great weekend. So yeah, we're gonna climb to 8,000. So yeah, I'm going to go ahead and talk a little bit about the U.S. state of Michigan today. So let me go ahead and start the slideshow for today. I got the slides prepared. So today our slides are going to cover Michigan, Ontario, Niagara Falls, New York State, and Massachusetts today. So we got quite a bit of stuff to talk about today on today's stream. So today we're going to be talking about the U.S. state of Michigan. Michigan has definitely historically been one of the most important states in the U.S. But Michigan is located in the Great Lakes region of the upper Midwest, having land borders to Wisconsin to the northwest, Indiana and Ohio to the south. It's only bordered by 3 states. And then also connected by the Lake Superior, Michigan, and Huron to the states of Minnesota and Illinois, and the Canadian province Ontario. With a population of nearly 10.12 million, an area of 97,000 square miles, Michigan is actually not only the 10th largest state in the U.S. by population, it's also the 11th largest state in the country by area, and the largest by area in the of any state east of the Mississippi River. Yeah, so Michigan's actually much larger than you think. But the reason why it's so big is because Michigan has two peninsulas: the lower peninsula, which resembles a shape of a mitten, and the upper peninsula, which is separated by the Straits of Mackinac. The state also has 64,980 inland lakes and ponds, as well as bordered by 4 of the 5 Great Lakes. And as a result, Michigan has the second most water area of any state behind Alaska. But Michigan's got a long history as well, which I'll talk about in a bit. But Michigan's got a long history between the Native Americans, New France, the British, Northwest Territory with the Americans, and has had a long history. Although Michigan had developed a diverse economy, in the early 20th century it became known as the center of the U.S. automotive industry, which developed into a major economic force and was home to 3 of the country's automobile companies, all headquartered here in Detroit. So Michigan's got a long history as well. So let's go over a bit about Michigan's history of the state of Michigan. Better do my home state proud. Oh yes, I do have a presentation on the UK. I actually split it up to England and Scotland. So I split it up to 2. But yes. So the history happens here. When the first European explorers arrived, they found out that the most populous tribes were the Algonquian people, which include the action groups of the Ojibwe, the Ottawa tribe, and the Potawatomi tribes. The 3 nations coexisted peacefully as part of a loose confederation called the Council of 3 Fires. The Ojibwe, as an estimated, were the northern around 25,000 to 35,000 people. They were also known as the Chippewa, were established in the Upper Peninsula as well as northern central Michigan as well. These were the major tribes that went through much of the historic areas. But the first Europeans to settle here in Michigan was the French voyagers and Coureurs des Bois, which is independent entrepreneur French travelers. Settled here in the 17th century. The first Europeans to reach were those of Etienne Brule's expedition in 1622. The first permanent European settlement was found in 1668, where Pierre Jacques Marquette established Sault Ste. Marie, Michigan, as a base for Catholic missions, and missionaries founded the outlying stations of St. Ignace and Marquette, Michigan. In 1679, Robert Cavalier Sieur de La Salle built Fort Miami at present-day St. Joseph, Michigan in 1691, and the French established a trading post at Fort St. Joseph at the present city of Niles, Michigan. They were some of the first Europeans to explore the area. Then in 1701, French explorer, Army officer Antoine de la Mothe-Cadillac found Fort Pontchartrain du Detroit, or Fort Pontchartrain on the Strait, which on the Detroit River. Hey, we have a follow from El Matador 666449. Good to see El Matador. Thank you for the follow. We're heading our way up to Toronto today, so as well. So good to see it. And between St. Clair and Erie River, Cadillac had convinced King Louis' Chief Minister Louis Philippe Comte de Pontchartrain to form a permanent community. That city would later be known as Detroit, which is one of the major cities. We'll get to Detroit a bit. From 1660 to in the French rule, Michigan was part of the royal province of New France. However, when Montreal fell to British forces in the French and Indian War, it was eventually handed over to the Great Britain. by the Treaty of Paris in 1763. And after the Quebec Act was passed in 1774, Michigan became part of the British province of Quebec. And by 1778, Detroit's population reached 2,144 people and was the third largest city in the province. Then what happened was the American Revolution happened. Detroit was a major British supply center. Most of the inhabitants were French Canadians. Originally, the British retained control of Detroit, Michigan after the American Revolution, despite the 1783 Treaty of Paris. However, eventually under terms in 1794, Britain withdrew from Detroit, and Michigan was eventually given over to the United States after the events of the War of 1812. The U.S. entered Port Detroit and surrendered the Michigan Territory, and Michigan was then recaptured by the Americans at the Battle of Lake Erie, and Michigan retained control of the U.S. after the War of 1812. Soon, Michigan quickly grew in population until the opening of the Erie Canal in 1825, which connected the Great Lakes to the Hudson River, and it influenced a lot of settlers entering the territory. And they worked as farmers, lumbermen, shipbuilders, and merchants that shipped out grain, lumber, and iron ore. And by the 1830s, Michigan had around 80,000 people. And as a result, they were able to apply for statehood, and thus in 1835, they applied as a state government. However, they did try, but they had to actually fight against the state of Ohio, known as the Toledo. Yes, there was a literal war between states to gain control of Toledo. Ultimately, though, as compensation for them not having Toledo, the state of Michigan has gained the Upper Peninsula from Wisconsin. Yes, that is actually a rich... That was actually a real concession, but it turned out that the Upper Peninsula had a lot of lumber, iron, and copper, and it allowed Michigan to become a leading producer of lumber production for 3 decades. Then during the Civil War, during the American Civil War, Michigan proved to be a very significant contribution and sent more than 40 regiments throughout the Civil War, as Michigan played an important role for the North as they helped defeat the Southern militaries. After the U.S. Civil War, Michigan went through a lot of transformations through the 20th century with individuals like Ransom E. Olds, John and Horace Dodge, Henry Leland, Stephen Dunbar Buick, Henry Joy, Charles King, and Henry Ford provided the concentration to an engineering know-how to develop the automotive industry, which helped build Michigan to become a major manufacturing powerhouse during the early half of the 20th century. Henry Ford, in particular, helped develop the moving assembly line, which marked a new era for transportation. And like with the steamboat and railroad, the mass production of automobiles was a far-reaching development, and it transformed private life forever. And it changed not only Michigan, but it also changed the entire world. I kid you not. With the automotive industry, it created jobs that attract migrants from Europe and across the U.S. from the South. And by 1920, Detroit was actually at one point the 4th largest city in the country. As well as Detroit had a very diverse migrant group around lots of migrant groups and ethnic communities that's still present today. As well as Motown Sound, Grand Rapids also grew to become a major center of manufacturing for furniture supplies and major companies as well. Definitely very rich. And then during World War II, they turned a lot of the automobile manufacturing into major industries as well. It manufactured 10%, almost 11% of the U.S. military armaments, only behind New York, as it's ranked second among the 48 states in military armaments, which is pretty crazy. Detroit continued to expand. However, after World War II, its suburban housing and interstate highways, and modern advancements have led to a lot of people moving away from Michigan, and it caused a lot of issues with deindustrialization. But despite that, though, Michigan is still a leading producing state in the U.S. and more. But Michigan still has a strong economic history as well. And since the 1980s, they tried new industries, reducing economic reliance, and more. So right now, Michigan's on the road to recovery, but there is that as well. Oh yeah, yeah. I hope you have a salt miner Detroit in this. Hey, Sky Command, good to see you. Hey, I forgot to check you out there. Guys, if you want to check out a funny content and great content creator, check out Sky Command, a great dude. He makes a lot of great content and stuff, so check out Sky Command's channel. He makes a lot of great content. Good to see you, Sky Command. We're flying over a bit of Michigan. We're heading our way over to Toronto, but we're flying over the Great Lakes over Michigan. So that's what we're doing today. So yeah, good to see you, Sky Command. Oh yes, yeah, it was a much better deal than it's not Toronto, it was Toledo, actually. But yeah, it is definitely a much better deal than Toledo. No offense to the city of Toledo, but yeah, it is definitely got a better deal. The Upper Peninsula is an absolutely beautiful area. Tons of resources, tons of naturally beautiful areas. Well, yeah, it's definitely a much better deal. Oh yeah, and Ypsilanti did build it. The B-24, correct, in Ypsilanti, Michigan. At Willow Run, they actually had a massive factory that produced all those B-24s. But yeah, Ypsilanti, like Michigan, was a major deal as well. But yeah, Ypsilanti produced a lot. Um, but yeah, Willow Run was a pretty big manufacturing hub. I mean, that produced a lot of stuff too. Um, and they produced the B-24 Liberator. They actually produced a lot of them. They also built the Willow Run Airport as well. But yeah, this definitely they produced a lot of B-24s. I mean, at its peak production in 1944, they produced 428 B-24s between April 24th and 26th. They produced 428 planes in just 2 days. Like, I mean, they produced a ton of those. In fact, that's why the B-24's been produced so much, because they built them here. But it's pretty crazy though, the B-24 bomber. 18,000 of them have been produced. Oh yeah, and yeah, Willow Run has some really nice airshow stuff too around the country. They have the Yankee Air Museum as well. But yeah, this airport has still got a long history though. It used to be Detroit's commercial airport until when Wayne County Airport got built. But yeah, the airport at Ypsilanti has a long history. But yeah, very cool. I actually went over the area part of my city tour stuff. I went over it as part of the city tour as well. Because I visited Ann Arbor and all that. I did a whole series on that. I think on my VOD on my YouTube channel. But I went over Detroit, Michigan and all that. I went through Ann Arbor. And yeah, I briefly got to go over Willow Runs. Pretty cool stuff. Then it was sold to the University of Michigan, the Mad Public. Yep. But yeah, absolutely. But yeah, it's hard to believe this. Like, a lot of people think, oh, the most famous American bombers of World War II is the B-17 or the B-29. Yeah, no one ever talks about the B-24 Liberator. Despite the fact that it's been the most produced, and it's been, it had nearly over 2 decades service career. It was last retired in 1968 from the Indian Air Force. And there has been some pretty notable crewmen of that plane. You would never believe this, but on the B-24 Liver, there's been a lot of crew members that have been a part of it, including, none the least, National Football League Hall of Famer Chuck Bednarik. We have elder brother of President JFK, Joseph P. Kennedy Jr. Then we have Jimmy Stewart. Actually, Jimmy Stewart actually flew B-24s as a commanding officer. And he flew for 20 missions in a B-24. There's Jimmy Stewart. You also have Louis Zamperini, Olympic runner and war prisoner. He actually was involved during the war. And he was subject to the 2014 film Unbroken. And of course, the last one was US Senator 1972 presidential candidate George McGovern. He actually was also part of it. But yeah, there were a lot of people that actually flew, was actually part crew members of that plane. Pretty cool stuff. It still ain't working? Oh dear, that's not good. Oh no, that's not good at all. So yeah, that's not good at all, Gamesplay. I don't really know too much about any fix. I think if it could be add-on problems, but you did say it was working fine earlier, so it has to be something else. So yeah, I don't really know what else I can do, because it's on Xbox, and I don't really know Xbox. I guess my only other option may be reinstall and uninstall reinstall and uninstall the sim. So you have to uninstall and reinstall the whole thing. Or if it's certain add-ons, I guess you might have to also get rid of some of the problematic add-ons, but yeah. It also could be, yeah, it could also be ventilation. Have you ever cleaned the fans of the Xbox and all that and checked ventilation? Because I know that also they had those issues too. Because yeah, that is also another issue on the Xbox as well. Where's the setting to make the theme dark? Okay, let me go ahead and turn on the little nav map for you. Turn to dark, you just go to, okay, window, style, go to window on your top thing, press style, and should go up here, and change it to night. Yeah. 100, good. Okay, yeah, that made the entire theme dark. Yeah, I was looking at the options. Yeah, it should be going there. So let's go ahead and talk some more about Michigan as well. So let's go over a bit more about the U.S. state of Michigan. So Michigan is there's two peninsulas that connect the state of Michigan together. The Upper and Lower Peninsula. So they are the two main peninsulas that connect the U.S. state of Michigan. The Upper Peninsula is relatively mountainous. To the west is kind of mountainous, which you wouldn't expect from Michigan, but that's actually the case. In fact, one of the oldest mountain chains in the world can be found in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan, the Porcupine Mountains, and they rise up to almost 2,000 feet above sea level. As well. In fact, the highest point is actually Mount Averon, which is around 1,979 feet, is the highest point in Michigan. But despite being as large as Connecticut, Delaware, Massachusetts, and Rhode Island combined, there's just fewer than 330,000 inhabitants that live in the Upper Peninsula. So the benefit of that is you have some great natural scenery. The Lower Peninsula, which is shaped like a mitten, is around 277 miles long from north to south and 195 from east to west. And it has 2/3 of the state's area and most of the population. And there are four main regions of the Lower Peninsula: northern Michigan, you have the Flint Tri-States area to the northeast, southeast Michigan, which has got Detroit, mid Michigan, and west Michigan right by the Great Lakes. Those are the main kind of regions in Michigan. And even though Michigan has a humid climate, though there are two distinct regions. The southern third is a warmer climate, which is hot summers and cold winters from Grand Rapids southward, while the northern up 2/3 of the Lower Peninsula and Upper Peninsula have a more severe climate with warm but short summers and long, cold to very cold winters as a result. For example, in the Upper Peninsula, for example, in terms of climate, let's say Detroit, for example. Detroit in the summer has an average temperature in the summer of 83 degrees Fahrenheit in July. Whereas it gets hot, it's around 105 in records. Record high is like 105. While in the wintertime, your average temperature, your average high would be 37 degrees, with an average low of 25. However, when you get to St. Saul Marie, which is in northern Upper Peninsula, like your record high is only 98, but once you get to the cold, it gets really cold. Like average high for winter months is like 24 degrees, which your low is around 8. It gets really cold in the northern peninsula. So that's definitely a pretty big deal if you're visiting. Yeah, oh yes, you guys do have a national park as well. You guys definitely have a national park. That is very much correct. Michigan does indeed have a national park. Yeah, Michigan actually has a couple of national parks, but there is actually 5 of them in Michigan, which you never expect about this, but yeah, Michigan has 5 national parks. Picture Rocks National Lakeshore, which is around the edge of Lake Superior. Definitely got some beautiful rocks and scenery. Then there's Sleeping Bear Dunes National Lakeshore. Sleeping Bear is definitely one of the most scenic sand dunes in the country. Then you have Isle Royale National Park, founded in 1940. It's about over 400 islands that surround the island, and it's one of the least visited parks in the country because, well, it's so remote. But once you do visit the park, it's definitely well worth it as well. But definitely a beautiful national park as well. Then we got River Basin National Park, established back in 2010, which is actually the newest national park. and it commemorates the January 1813 battles of the War of 1812, mainly the Battle of Frenchtown. And then the last one is Keweenaw National Park, which was established in 1992. But yeah, Michigan has 5 of them. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, one of the few great ones to go to. Definitely worth visiting. Absolutely. Yeah, correct. You have to take a 4-hour ferry to get there to Isle Royale, but definitely a beautiful place worth checking out because of how remote it is. So yeah, that's about Canada's peninsula. Now, in terms of economic strength, Michigan is still one of the strongest economies in the country. It's around 626.68 billion, which is 14th. The main products include automobiles, food products, information tech, aerospace, military equipment, and mining of copper and iron ore. Michigan, believe it or not, is the 3rd largest grower of Christmas trees in the country, around 60,000 acres, dedicated to just Christmas tree farming. Hard to believe that's the case. Michigan's home to quite a lot of businesses. As well. Michigan is ranks 4th in high-tech employment as well. Michigan's a main high-tech with the high-tech employment. As well. They got lots of technology employment, which makes sense. There's not only lots of great universities in Michigan, but there's also all the automotive manufacturing and more. So as a result, it's very, very important for Michigan to have high-tech research. And of course, in terms of agriculture as well, Michigan has produced quite a lot of crops. In fact, there's such great variety of crops, fruits, and vegetables grown here, it's only second to California. The state has 54,800 farms, which utilize almost 10 million acres of land, which is sold for around 6.49 billion in 2010. And they grow lots of crops, including lots of crops have been made here, including soybean, corn, flowers, wheat, sugar beets, and potatoes, as well as livestock like sheep, cattle, hogs, and over 3 million chickens. And of course, in terms of fruit growing, they mainly grow blueberries, tart cherries, apples, grapes, peaches, plums, pears, and strawberries. Ooh. And they mainly are grown in West Michigan due to, well, having Lake Michigan around for the climate. And of course, there's also um, lots of other stuff too. But yeah, a lot of people think, oh, California's got a lot of agriculture stuff, but no, Michigan has agriculture too, and they produce a lot of different kinds. Yes, asparagus too, and blueberries. Yes, the blueberries there, from what I heard, are really good too. But lots of production in Michigan. Pretty crazy. I mean, they produce all sorts of stuff here in the state. It's pretty cool. And then tourism. Michigan tourists spend around $17.2 billion a year in state support and 193 tourism jobs. And is among the busiest in the nation. And they draw all sorts of people, from vacationers, hunters, nature enthusiasts, and more. And many of Michigan's forest land is quite remote. So as a result, it's a great place for hunters and nature goers. There's tons of festivals like the Tulip Time Festival, located near Holland, Michigan. And then the National Cherry Festival as well. And of course, there's also lots of tourism in Detroit with the Henry Ford Museum, the Detroit Institution of Arts, Detroit Zoo, and many of Detroit's sports teams like the Detroit Lions, Tigers, Red Wings, and Pistons, as well as more. And of course, hunting and fishing is really important, as charter boats are based in many of the Great Lakes cities for fish like salmon, trout, walleye, and perch. In fact, Michigan's #1 in licensed hunters, who contribute more to $2 billion of its economy, mainly with white-tailed deer. Also lots of historical landmarkers, and there's even the Great Lakes Circle Tour as well, which go through connecting all the Great Lakes cities in the St. Lawrence River. And of course, you wouldn't expect this at first, but believe it or not, Michigan is actually a world-class scuba diving destination. I mean, at first glance, you would think, wait, why would Michigan be important for scuba diving? Yeah. Mackinac Island as well. Yep. Yeah, that's Mackinac Island, by the way. That's the picture. Mackinac Island is one of the few areas where cars aren't allowed. That's why the picture. But the reason why it became a popular scuba diving is because, well, with all the ships that have been sunk in the Great Lakes for cargo, a lot of people can actually go into scuba diving and check out all the shipwrecks in the area, which is pretty cool to think about. You would never think, oh, Michigan, you won't go to the shipwrecks. But yeah, it's still fascinating to check them all out, those major shipwrecks. Yeah, cool stuff. In fact, there's a lot of areas where you can find them there as well, and they got lots of ships. Definitely pretty cool. The karaoke Edmund Fitzgerald. Yeah, speaking of Edmund Fitzgerald, I know someone who actually has done these series before. His name is Sergeant Staff. Check out his channel on Twitch. He actually did a whole series on the shipwrecks. So he has done those on his channel. So check out his channel as well. He had done a whole series on these shipwrecks. So he's definitely the guy I recommend talking to about this whole thing, about this whole shipwreck stuff. So just to let you guys know, I will not be after next Wednesday. I won't be back until I won't be back until September 13th. Will be the next time I stream. Is September 13th. I'll be heading out to Bermuda. So on an 8-day trip from Orlando to Bermuda in Bahamas. So be checking out some new places I haven't visited yet. So yeah, I will be gone for another trip. So yeah, definitely be pretty excited to check out these new places, and I'm definitely gonna post the travel pics on the Discord. So I'll let you guys. Yeah, Edmund Fitzgerald passed away a few years ago. Gotcha. Oh yes, the wreck of the Edmund Fitzgerald. That is the ship, by the way. The SS Fitzgerald, Edmund Fitzgerald, actually. So it was ordered in the 50s, and it actually sunk. It was actually out of service November 10th when it was sunk in a storm. It was lost with all hands on crew during the storm to the Great Lakes. And she mainly carried iron ore from Duluth to ironworks in Detroit, Toledo, and other Great Lakes port. yet no one was able to find all the bodies. She was caught in a severe storm, and there have been lots of severe storms have taken their lives in the Great Lakes. But there's been a lot of factors to, there's a lot of hypotheses why it caused the ship to sink. Either waves or weather, rogue waves. Cargo hold flooding, shoaling, structural failure, or even topside damage. But yeah, there's been lots of stuff going on about that ship. Sergeant Staff might know more about it. Hey, it's good to see Ian Fisher. Welcome on in, my dude. Check out Ian Fisher streams here on Twitch. To see you, Ian. We're doing our DC-3 recreation flight. We're heading our way over from Chicago to Toronto. We're just flying across Michigan right now. We're just flying near Lansing, Michigan, right now. I'm just 35 miles southwest, 35 southwest of Lansing. Oh yes, no worries. Lansing, Michigan is actually, a lot of people don't know this, but Lansing is actually Michigan's capital city. Here in Michigan, it's actually the state capital of Michigan. Across the Grand River, Lansing's known to the Lansing Lugnuts, minor league baseball team. Also in East Lansing is also where you can find Michigan State University, the Spartans of Michigan State. The longtime historic rival of the University of Michigan Wolverines, one of its two longtime rivals as well. Pretty cool stuff about Lansing. Boo, yes. Yes, Michigan State's a big deal, I can understand. Yeah, the University of Michigan, we just, we're not too far away from Ann Arbor as well, and I actually flew over Ann Arbor, but it was definitely cool to see Michigan Stadium in the sim, and it is definitely as big as they say it is. I always do want to go check out Michigan Stadium. It's a massive facility, like it is absolutely huge. It's like the biggest football stadium in the country. It's like they don't call it the Big House for nothing. Go green, go blue. But let's go ahead and check out Michigan's education. There has been lots of education here in Michigan. Michigan definitely has a rich culture and history. Michigan's home to all sorts of music trends like early punk rock, Motown and soul music, and techno music with all sorts of Michigan musicians, including the following: Tally Hall, the Supremes, the Temptations, Stevie Wonder, Marvin Gaye, the Prince of Soul music himself, Smokey Robinson and the Miracles, Aretha Franklin, Mary Wells, the Stooges, the MC5, the Queen of Pop, Madonna, Bob Seger, Eminem, Kid Rock, and Alice Cooper. Just to name the few major just to know the major just to name the few famous Michigan musicians. Also, Michigan has quite a few sports teams, but they're mainly in Detroit, including the baseball team, the Tigers of Detroit, the Detroit Lions NFL team, the ice hockey NHL team, the Detroit Red Wings. They're probably the most successful sports team in the city, and the Detroit Pistons men's basketball team. They also have a second-tier soccer team, Detroit City Football Club, part of the U.S. Soccer League. And also Michigan's got some major importance in terms of collegiate sports. Mainly, it's either the University of Michigan Wolverines out of Ann Arbor or the Michigan State Spartans out of East Lansing. And they both play in the Big Ten. And of course, no college football fans trip will ever be complete without visiting Michigan Stadium in Ann Arbor, which is actually the largest stadium in the Western Hemisphere at around 107,000 seats. Yeah, it's massive. In terms of education, Michigan's education system serves 1.6 million K-12 students. In public schools, more than 124,000 students attend private schools, and uncounted are homeschooled. From 2009 to 2019, over 200 private schools in Michigan closed due to charter school competition. And in 2022, the U.S. News and World Report rated 3 Michigan high schools among the top 100 high schools best. In terms of higher education institutions, University of Michigan is the oldest, highest institution and among the oldest research universities in the nation. Founded in 1817, 20 years before Michigan Territory was even a state. You can also find Kalamazoo College, the oldest private liberal arts college in the state in Kalamazoo. There's also Michigan Technological University, the first post-secondary institution in the Upper Peninsula in 1885, as well as Eastern Michigan University in 1849 as the first normal school. It's one of the oldest normal schools in the country, and the first to be outside of New England. And finally, Michigan State University as the U.S.'s first agricultural college. But yeah, Michigan has definitely got some pretty important schools of higher education here in the U.S. And to finally wrap off Michigan, we have several fun facts about Michigan. First off, obviously, it has the longest freshwater coastline, as Michigan has over 3,200 continuous miles of coastline bordering them between each of the Great Lakes, and that includes Lake Michigan. You have Lake Michigan, Lake Huron, and then you also have Lake St. Clair, Lake Erie, and when you go to the Upper Peninsula, you will also connect to Lake Superior. So Michigan actually borders between 4 of the 5 Great Lakes. The only one not connecting is Lake Ontario. So Michigan borders between all of those. Then you have the Mackinac Bridge. It was once the longest suspended bridge in the world, which is around 26,000 feet long, connects the island, and of that length, 8,600 feet are actually suspended over water. But it was once the longest suspension bridge over the Mackinac. And of course, lots of musical integration between black and white blacks into musical labels happened in Detroit with bands like Diana Ross signed their bands. And finally, the last thing is that Michigan in the indigenous tribe actually means big lake, as Michigan derives from a word in the Chippewa language or Ojibwe language meaning big lake or big water. So yeah, that is a bit about Michigan. The fun facts about Michigan. So I hope you guys liked it. To our east, here is the city of Lansing. To our west, if we look out the mirror, there's the city of Lansing, Michigan. Everyone. Oh, you're landing at Kilo Tango Whiskey. You gotta run the farmer's market. No worries, Atmos Kim. Thank you so much for joining along today. Catch you after your trip. Thank you so much, Atmos Kim. I hope to see you soon, my dude. Yeah, catch you soon, my friend. So, guys, if you like what you see here, if you guys are here for the first time, I'm Viper-Strike95. I've done Microsoft Flight Sim streaming since 2021. I've been flying the sim since its release. I do streams every Wednesday, Friday, and Sunday are my stream times. So, on Wednesdays is my virtual airline streams. I decided to do BA streams because I'm one of its top pilots. On Fridays is my general aviation streams. On Friday we just flew over the Orange River. And finally, on Sundays is this stream right here, DC-3 Around the World Recreation. I do this on Sundays. But man, this has been an absolutely great time here. We got to explore Michigan a bit. So, beautiful day out here. For sure. So yes, this I decided to do next Wednesday. I decided to do some ETR flights. I decided to actually do on Wednesday to do the ATR over Arabia. I never do really much flights around the Middle East too much. So I decided, I wanted to fly some unique areas around the region a bit. Since I haven't really done much. So we'll be flying around from Jeddah to Medina. But actually, I'm deciding that instead of Jeddah, I'm actually going to start at Abha. Or I'm going to fly from Abha to Jeddah. And then from Jeddah to Medina. We'll be doing 2 ATR flights here. And we'll be talking about the Middle East a bit. Checking out the region. About Saudi Arabia. So we'll learn all about Saudi Arabia. And even learn a bit about a little bit about the Hajj of it. I know I talked about on my DC-3 stream, but I'll just go over a brief thing why it's so important, why a lot of people travel to there. But yeah, this will be the last stream I'll be doing before my vacation, so I'll let you guys know about the schedule tomorrow. I'll post tomorrow's next week's schedule tomorrow. So, definitely a beautiful flight here. We're about to turn here pretty soon. So yeah, that is just about Michigan. So we're just going to enjoy some nice general flying here. Let's see. We have Star Wars Oblivion still ahead of us. Is Star Wars Oblivion. We have Atlas Kim. He's just resting. He's just landed at Kilo Tango Echo Whiskey. So yeah, after stream, I have some achievements to complete for wins for the next couple days. Is complete some of the Firefly Air achievements. I gotta do a few of them, which is the making memories. In fact, I could do some of those on stream if you guys want me to. We're gonna go ahead and change to I'm going to go ahead and check my fuel situation. Check my fuel tank. 130 per each. Yeah, I'm still doing quite good. Thank you very much. Yeah, it was a rough one too. Negative 198. Yep. just gonna do some, just having a nice chill stream, just enjoying my day. So I want to ask you guys, um, but yeah, we got some pretty exciting flying to do. Here on the stream. So we do have a bit of a stream schedule next week. Let's see. Murph's going to check out the River Shannon tomorrow. On Murph's stream, he's going to do the Shannon River. But we're going to check out the River Shannon, which is Ireland's longest river, and has a rich history around Ireland. So he'll be doing that Monday stream. Planet Neutral's also going to be doing another river run. He's going to be doing he's going to revisit the Orinoco River in Venezuela. That should be interesting. That's for history tonight. And of course, the Shadows are going to be doing the Shadow display stuff in Africa and Ethiopia and Eritrea. There's unconfirmed reports of a lesser spy, Dougal. Definitely some interesting stuff going on. Yeah. Pretty crazy stuff going on. So. Definitely a very nice trip. We'll be getting ready to talk about Ontario pretty soon. So we're going to go ahead and go to the next section of the slide. So after Michigan, and also here's a couple more Michigan stuff to go on. So there's several unique sites and landmarks here in Michigan worth visiting. We have Mackinac Island. In fact, you can visit the historic island period to check out a simple paid life before cars and buses. And yes, cars are banned on Mackinac Island. Fun fact. So yes, cars are not allowed on the island. So yes, no cars allowed. But you can visit lots of old towns on a horse-drawn carriage, hiking, or visiting the famed Fort Mackinac itself. You can visit the old fort. So we can check out the old island. Then we have the Henry Ford in Dearborn, known as the Henry Ford Museum, and check out the auto legends life and work, and also the scope of American innovation. And it's basically three main attractions here in Dearborn. One of those being the American Museum of Innovation. Then you have you also have a Henry Ford Museum, the Lovett Hall, the Greenfield Village you can check out, the Henry Ford Theater and all that. And finally, the last landmark is, of course, the University of Michigan at Ann Arbor, which encompasses 2,800 acres of land. You can find some interesting Gothic buildings, and of course, University of Michigan is known for their Wolverines football program. Go Blue. So yeah, that is about Michigan. Yeah, first responders do have cars. That's the only exception. But yeah, everyone else is riding horse carts. So yeah, let's go visit. Let's go ahead and talk about Ontario for a bit. So yes, we're about to visit Canada for the first time, and we're gonna be back in Canada. Actually, on the Sunday that I come back on vacation. Not the Sunday I return home, but the next DC-3 fight, we'll be back in Canada again, this time in Quebec. But we're going to be visiting Ontario as well. It's one of Canada's 13 provinces, and it's located in central Canada. It's the most populous province of all of Canada. In fact, it's so populous that's home to 38.3% of the entire population of Canada lives in this area. And it's the second largest province by total area after Quebec, as well as being home to the nation's capital in Ottawa and its most populous city being Toronto, Canada, which is actually the province capital of Canada, of Ontario. Ontario is bordered by the province of Manitoba to the west, Hudson Bay and James Bay to the north, and Quebec to the east and northeast, and to the south is bordered by the U.S. states of Minnesota, Michigan, Ohio, Pennsylvania, and New York. And almost all of its borders with the U.S. is inland waterways. And the reason why so many people live in Ontario is because it's actually arable land, as well as manufacturing, all that stuff near the Great Lakes, made Ontario quite a successfully populated province. Ontario was actually thought to be derived from the indigenous origins, mainly Ontario, for a Huron word meaning Great Lake. Mainly that's the most likely cause of the word. But Ontario has got quite a long history in itself. Paley Indians were among the first people to settle here in Ontario, arriving there after the Laurentide ice sheet melted 11,000 years ago. From then, many ethnocultural groups emerged and came to exist, including the Algonquins, the Mississaugas, the Ojibwe, Cree, Ottawa, Potawatomi, and Iroquois tribes all came to settle the area before the first Europeans arrived. Then, in the 15th century, after the Byzantine Empire fell, Europeans had to find new sea routes to the far east. In around 1522 to 1523, Giovanni di Verrazzano persuaded the King of France to commission a new expedition to find a western route to China via a northwest passage. Though the expedition was unsuccessful, it established the name New France to northeastern North America, and after a few expeditions, France mostly abandoned North America after 50 years due to financial crisis, as France was involved in the Italian Wars. However, with the rise of fur trade, reunited French interests, so Samuel de Champlain established France's first colonial settlement in what was now Quebec City, in the colony of Canada, which is now southern Quebec. And quite a few French explorers then later established what was now Ontario, continuing to move south to the St. Lawrence River as well. And some of those colonies were actually established as businesses as well. As for Northern Ontario, Henry Hudson sailed into Hudson Bay for England, and Samuel de Champlain reached Lake Huron in 1615. During the French and Indian War, the North American theater of the 7 Years' War, the British defeated the armies of New France and indigenous allies, and France ceded most of its possessions in North America to Britain and reorganized the territory into the province of Quebec. And under the province of Quebec, during the American Civil War, a lot of loyalists entered into modern-day Ontario during the American Revolution, and it displaced a lot of the indigenous people into reservations, and there's also been quite a few things going on as well. Then it became part of Upper Canada as well for many years. Then after the War of 1812, there's been relative stability in Ontario. Ontario was involved in the War of 1812. There have been a few battles in Ontario as American troops invaded Upper Canada across the Niagara and Detroit River, but were defeated and pushed back by the British, Canadian Fencibles, and militias and First Nation warriors. But the Americans still gained control of Lake Erie in Ontario. So, that as a result changed. And after the War of 1812, relative stability followed and kept increasing more numbers for immigrants to arrive from Europe rather than the US. And it was shifted by colonial leaders. Despite affordable and often free land, many newcomers found frontier life harsh and difficult, and many of them returned home or went south. Meanwhile, the numerous waterways in Ontario helped supply power and increased development, along with industries and wealth. And by the end of the century, Ontario vied with Quebec as the nation's terms of population. So, though there were still rebellions that happened, Lord Durham investigated the causes and to recommend self-government granted to Upper and Lower Canada to assimilate the French Canadians. Because the French did often rebel against it. As a result, in this time, they did the Active Union of 1840 at Kingston and became Canada West, while Parliament and government in 1848. There were also heavy waves of immigration, and as a result, English-speaking Canada surpassed the French-speaking population. Then during the 1850s, there was an economic boom all across Ontario, with railway expansion across the province, increasing the strength of central Canada, as well as the repeal of the Corn Laws with the United States. Various industries have grown tremendously in Ontario, and it became one of the wealthiest provinces in all Canada. After years of political stalemate as well, they series of conferences in the 1860s to initiate a broader union, a federal union, and it became the Dominion of Canada, which incorporated Ontario with the other provinces of, which include modern-day Manitoba, Quebec, Newfoundland and Labrador, Saskatchewan, Alberta, British Columbia, the Northwest Territories, and Nunavut. All became the Dominion of Canada as a result. And as well as the MacDonald's policies in the construction of railways, Ontario continued to flourish economically, and it became the major center of Canada as well. There were still disputes and all that, but eventually, though, there would be leading to stability. Well, and mineral exploitation accelerated in the late 19th century, creating many mines in the northeast of Canada like Sudbury, Cobalt, Timmins. All those areas in Ontario became pretty wealthy cities during their golden days in Canada. Influenced by the events in the U.S., the government of William Hearst introduced prohibition into alcoholic drinks with the Ontario Temperance Act after World War I. However, residents can still distill and retain their own personal supply, and liquor producers can still continue distillation for sale and exports. So as a result, Ontario actually became a hotbed for illegal smuggling of liquor, and the single biggest supplier of illegal liquor to the U.S. I kid you not. Prohibition came to an end in 1927 with the establishment of the Liquor Control Board of Ontario. However, the sale and consumption of liquor are still controlled by some of the most extreme laws in North America. Then after World War II, became prosperous for Ontario and growth, and Ontario has been the recipient of the most immigration to Canada, including immigrants from war-torn Europe in the 50s and 60s. And following changes to federal immigration law, a massive influx of non-Europeans since the 70s, and it's become extremely diverse nowadays. As a result. So there's definitely quite a lot of growth in all that about Ontario. So yeah, this is just the brief history of Ontario, Canada, of the province of Ontario. So that's just about the history of the province. But yeah, we're doing quite well, everyone. We're just 562 nautical miles from our final destination in Hanscom Field. Yeah, we're doing quite well. Um, we're about 200 miles from Toronto, so. So yeah, hey, good to see a particle flight. Oh, you're over somewhere near Canada. Nice. We're just about to head into just briefly fly over Lake Huron. We're still in Michigan. We're just slightly northwest of Detroit, and we're near Flint. We were just passed through Flint, Michigan. Mm, mm. Yeah, I'm all knows I'm from 1,750 nautical miles from Los Angeles. Ah, got you. Still got a long way to go, then, from the long flight from here to LA. So, yeah. If you guys don't mind, I want to ask you guys this question. Um, so I hope you guys have had a good weekend. You guys have some really neat plans for the weekend. Um, be pretty interesting to know you all have a good time on the weekend. If I was in school, my weekend would be pretty much be rugby and work. Ah, yes. Rugby. I actually don't mind watching rugby, and as an American, I actually like rugby more than I watch football. At least in rugby, there's kind of more to do and see compared to football. And I'm not talking about American football, by the way. I'm just saying European, international football. I mean, yeah, it does hurt though. It hurts to play it. Oh, definitely. Rugby is very active of a sport. Like I like watching it, but yeah, rugby must hurt. Like I said, you don't have like you don't have protective gear or anything. You just your body, and just get all out. It's very active. let's continue on with our Ontario thing. Let's talk about Ontario's geography a bit. Um, um, in Ontario, it is second largest province. Its physical features vary greatly for its terrain. The thinly populated Canadian Shield, which dominates the Northwest Central Province, comprises of half the land is actually the Canadian Shield for the Northwest and Central parts of Ontario. Although there's not much agriculture, it is rich in minerals. They find all sorts of it. And despite being mountainous terrain, there are lots of uplands, mainly in the Carolinian Forest Zone, which covers the southwest part of the province, is mainly forested and uplands. The Temple and Fertile Great Lakes Valley to the south is where most of the population lives, is in that part of Ontario. So that is kind of Ontario's geography. The highest point in all of Ontario is the Ishpatina Range, which is just around 2,274 feet above Ontario. As a result, but yeah, most people live in the really southern part of Ontario. And that's also reflected in its climate too, because it varies depending on season and location, but there's four main regions of climate. The Great Lakes greatly influence the southern Ontario. Parts of southwest Ontario also have humid continental climates. Then central and eastern Ontario has moderate humid stuff with warm, sometimes hot summers with cold, longer winters. The smallest region is the northeast part of Niagara, which is actually temperate humid, and finally the northernmost parts of it have a subarctic climate with long, severely cold winters and short, cool to warm summers with drastic temperature changes. So it depends on location stuff. So definitely a pretty important things about Ontario. So then we got to talk about the economy of Ontario. So Ontario is Canada's leading manufacturing province, accounting to 52% manufacturing in the entire country. In 2004, Ontario's largest trading partner is, of course, Michigan, which makes sense. Ontario literally has a border right with Michigan, mainly with Detroit. But I mean, there's ports all over the connect to, not just Detroit, but also Saint Saul Marie. And you also have connections with Lake Michigan, but mainly those two areas. Mining and forest products industry are vital to Northern Ontario's economy. In fact, as of 2011, roughly 200,000 acres are clear cut every year. However, there has been controversy over the Ring of Fire mineral deposit, whether the province can afford to spend billions on a road to do so. And there's also lots of natural resources, transportation links, and inland Great Lakes make ocean access possible for container ships, have contributed to manufacturing the primary industry of the province, which is the largest industry area in all of Canada. For example, Hamilton's the leading steel manufacturing city of Canada, whereas Sarnia is for petrochemicals and more. And you wouldn't believe this, but Ontario has even surpassed Michigan in car production. I know a lot of people think Michigan's like car production, but no, Ontario's a bigger one than Michigan, unbelievably. In 2004, they produced more than 2.69 million vehicles in 2004, as Ontario has Chrysler plants in Wisdor and Ramalaya, 2 GM plants in Oshawa, and 1 in Ingersoll. Honda, Ford, and Toyota all have plants within the province. However, due to declined sales, they laid off much of the facilities. But yeah, Ontario still hasn't recovered by the layoffs of the recession. However, Toronto became a major deal for financial services and other industries, and tourism is a major deal in central Ontario, particularly during the summer months. Um, Agriculture was once a more dominant industry, but now uses a smaller percentage. But Ontario is still very important to agriculture. Particularly, a lot of the areas grown here, particularly grapevines, but also corn and more. And of course, energy is a big deal as Ontario's rivers are very rich in hydroelectric energy, as well as 70% of all province's electricity is nuclear, along with hydroelectric and fossil fuels. However, the major issue is lack of energy efficiency in aging nuclear reactors and more. So that's a bit of Ontario's economy. The British North America Act in 1867 stipulated that there's a legislator for lieutenant governor of Ontario. The legislative buildings at Queen's Park are the seat of the government here in Ontario. They're all in Toronto, by the way. Following the Westminster system, the leader of the party holding the most seats is the premier and president of the council. An attorney general drafts the laws and is responsible for the criminal prosecutions of the law of justice. But yeah, that's just a bit of the government laws and all that in Ontario. Just some brief history about the laws and stuff in Ontario. Actually, let me go ahead and change the title of this, by the way. It's actually 3 legs. So yeah, I forgot. There's actually 3 legs today because also we do have to stop at Rochester too. I forgot. We just have a brief stop at Rochester before we head back out. Hey, good to see you, Tabletop Android. Welcome on in, my dude. Good to see you, Tabletop Android. Welcome on in, my dude. We're going to Toronto, Canada today. We're going to be heading to our first stop in Toronto at about, I believe, just about 125 miles from our stop in Toronto. Yeah, just about 125 miles. We're actually going to do 3 legs today, actually. Because after I go to Toronto, then I have to do a short hop into Rochester, New York. Then from Rochester, we'll be making our way to Boston. So actually, I forgot I'm doing 3 legs today. The DC's flying great today. The DC-3 is flying great as it is. She's been taking care of the maintenance, and she's been working great. Everything's working and running in order. Everything's running pretty smooth. But yeah, we're doing pretty well. So let's go ahead and talk a bit more about Ontario right now. So let's go ahead and briefly talk about Ontario's culture. Um, Culturally, Ontario is very popular with numerous cultural events and festivals. There's no regional dish in Ontario like Quebec would be. Instead, Ontario's quite a diverse range of culture and identity. And there's definitely lots of different slogans and all that about Ontario. Mainly, the main slogan is "Yours to discover." Is the main slogan of Ontario. Ontario is home to many professional sports teams. Most of the major league teams are in its largest city in Toronto, including Major League Baseball's Toronto Blue Jays, the National Hockey League's own Toronto Maple Leafs, and the National Basketball League's own Toronto Raptors. But yes, a lot of the major sporting teams in the US actually do have a team in Toronto, Canada. They also have their own Canadian football team as well. They also have their own Canadian football team, the Toronto Argonauts, and the MLS's own Toronto Football. And then Ottawa also has its own major league teams as well as Ottawa. Their main major league team is the National Hockey League's Ottawa Senators, as well as the Canadian Football League's own Ottawa Red Blacks. And then also Hamilton has its own Canadian football team, the Hamilton Tiger Cats. But Ontario does have some unique Major League sports teams, as well as home to many museums in the state. There's a whole bunch of museums in the province. There's all sorts of major museums as well. There's a ton of them. And they're all over. An example, in Toronto, there's all sorts of different museums. The Campbell House Museum, for example. Fort York in Toronto. And of course, the Hockey Hall of Fame, which is basically the hockey equivalent to the National Baseball Hall of Fame in Cooperstown, New York. Yeah, tons of different things as well. I started all the caribou. Caribou's nice. It's a fun plane, but the non-autopilot makes it difficult. Yeah, it doesn't have autopilot. It is a fun plane though. But yeah, and there's all sorts of residents too. Then we have to look at transportation-wise. The transportation routes in Ontario have evolved greatly since the early waterway travel among the First Nation passed by European explorers. Ontario has two major east-west routes, both starting from Montreal and neighboring Quebec. The northern route, which was the major fur trade, travels west from Montreal along the Ottawa River. It continues northwest towards Manitoba. And then the southern route, which grew up in settlements, traveled southwest for the St. Lawrence, Lake Ontario, and Lake Erie before entering the U.S. and Michigan. But yeah, it's grown a lot since then, mainly by the historic roots of the fur trade, which was extremely important for all those areas as well. So, very important. In terms of air travel, there are several major important airports, but the biggest airport and the place we're going to be visiting later is actually Canada's busiest airport, Toronto Pearson, which handled nearly 50 million passengers in 2018. Then it also has Ontario's second largest airport in Ottawa, McDonald Cartier International, and formed 2 of the 3 points of Canada's busiest sets of air routes, along with Montreal Pierre Trudeau in Montreal. There's also 3 other international airports in the province: John C. Munro International in Hamilton, Thunder Bay International in Thunder Bay, and London International Airport in London, Ontario are the international airports within the city. So, and of course, there's also lots of regional airports, mainly from Air Canada Jazz and smaller airlines, and they go from mid-sized cities to the bigger cities in Toronto and Ottawa. And of course, remote isolated towns rely primarily on air service for travel, goods, and even ambulance services, because much of the far northern area of the province cannot be accessed by road or even rail. And that's because, like I said, not many people live in those parts of Ontario. They have to really rely on air services. They really have to rely on it. Similar to much of Alaska. In terms of railways, Via Rail operates a lot of the interregional train services from Quebec City Windsor Corridor along the Canadian, a transcontinental rail service between Ontario to Vancouver, and the Sudbury White River train as well. Freight rail is dominated by the cross-country Canadian National Railway and other companies, and regional commuter trails mainly limited by the provincially owned Geo Trail, and serves train bus network span around the Golden Horseshoe. There's all that. Then there's around 400 series of highways, and some of the busiest, most traffic jam highways occurred in the points. The busiest being along the Detroit-Windsor Tunnel and Ambassador Bridge for border crossings, and some of the primary highways include Highway 401, the 417, and Highway 400. In fact, Highway 401 is the single busiest highway in North America. Yes, I know I feel proud about Los Angeles being busy. No, Highway 401 is the busiest. Yeah, it is really, really busy. And of course, fine for waterways. The St. Lawrence Seaway extends across the southern border and it connects the Atlantic Ocean. It's the primary water transportation route for cargo, for iron ore and grain. In the past, the Great Lakes St. Lawrence River were also major passenger transport routes, but the past half century, it's been mainly reduced to ferry services and sightseeing cruises. Ontario's 3 largest ports are the Port of Hamilton, Thunder Bay, and Windsor, are the 3 busiest ports of Ontario. So yeah, that's just a bit about Ontario's facts. Yeah, pretty cool stuff about Ontario, guys. I hope you guys like the information. I put these slides in advance so we can get things working. Um, yeah, we're just about 100 miles, under 100 miles from Toronto, so we'll get to talk about Toronto pretty shortly. Yeah, turns out Ontario Highway 401 is the single busiest highway in North America. It's because it passes through much of Toronto, through the Ambassador Bridge of Toronto, goes through all Canada's populous cities, and goes on the coast too. So, so, so yeah, we have a great weekend to go for. There's been a lot of great stuff going on in the flight sim world. So, there really isn't too much going on for the flight sim world. However, there has been some releases and stuff. One of the releases is Fly to High releases another new airport for MSFS, Corpus Christi, actually, in Texas, located right on the Gulf Coast of Texas. Once home to a pretty important naval base down here. They released that. Burning Bird Designs releases H.A. Clark Memorial Field in Arizona. So. So yeah, we'll be checking out on Wednesday about the ETR stuff. But yeah, I've been around this area, this sim before. I did a stream a couple weeks back into Montreal, and we went through Quebec. Definitely very very cool. We will be back in Canada um on the next DC-3 stream, which isn't going to be until um man, how much? It'll be September 17th until the next time we get our DC-3 stream. September 17th. Yeah, on that stream we'll be heading back to Quebec, but we'll be back through Quebec, but we'll be going a long way back up there. But yeah, we're not that. Hey, good to see you, Dougal. Good to see ya. Ah, yes, the shout is going to be in Ethiopia today. Yes, let me get a shout for the shout display team. A great bunch of lads. They're going to be touring Ethiopia today. They're doing some flying around Ethiopia and Eritrea in the MB339. Yeah, I wonder how you guys go in those strips in the MB339 in Ethiopia. I mean, it's already going to be challenging enough if you're in a jet. It's another thing you're also got to deal with high altitude. Because, you know, Ethiopia, being quite the mountainous country in Africa, like, Ethiopia has a lot of areas of high altitudes. All across the country is just lots of high altitude. So definitely going to be a challenge, but I think if it's any guys that can do it, it'd be the Shadows. They can do it. So they could do it. Let me go ahead and just give you a little bit of information about Toronto, actually. So Toronto is the most populous city in all of Canada. It's the capital city of Ontario. Though it's not the country's capital, that's in Ottawa. With a population of 2.79 million people as of 2021, it is the fourth most populous city in all of North America. Just after the cities of New York, Mexico City, and, if I believe right, Los Angeles. Yeah. The city is the anchor of the Golden Horseshoe, an urban amalgamation of around 9.7 million, with a greater Toronto area around 6.7 billion people, and it's an international center for business, finance, arts, sports, and culture, and it's one of the most multicultural cosmopolitan cities in the planet. Indigenous people have traveled through the Toronto area for more than 10,000 years after the disputed Toronto Purchase, when the Bissonga tribes surrendered the area to the British Crown. The British established the town of York in 1793, and it was later designated the capital of Upper Canada. Then the town was the site of the Battle of York and suffered heavy damage, and then the city was renamed Toronto in 1834. It was designated as the capital of the province of Ontario during the Canadian Confederation, and the city has expanded to its current area of 243.3 square miles, or 630 square kilometers. Its diverse population refers its current historical role as an important destination to immigrants in Canada. More than half of residents were born outside of the city, and more than half of the residents belong to a visible minority group. And there's over 200 distinct ethnic origins represented in Toronto. While the majority of Torontons speak English, over 160 languages were spoken in the city as a result. Toronto is a prominent city for music, theater, motion picture production, and television production, and is home to headquarters of Canada's most major national broadcast networks and media outlets. Its various cultural institutions include numerous museums, galleries, festivals, public events, entertainment districts, historic sites, and sport activities attract more than 43 million tourists. Toronto is also known for many skyscrapers and high-rise buildings, in particular the tallest freestanding structure outside of Asia, the CN Tower. It's also home to Canada's 5 largest banks, and it's highly diversified with strengths in technology, design, financial services, life services, education, fashion, aerospace, and tourism. And it's the 3rd largest tech hub in North America after Silicon Valley and New York City, and it's the fastest growing one too. Yeah, Toronto, yes, is majorly Indian than Canadian. Could see a Vulcan. Yeah, there is so many migrants that went through it, but I mean, even though, like, a lot of people like going there because of job opportunities, and Canada's immigration thing is pretty, got lots of migrants all over. But yeah, there is a lot of different ethnic groups in Toronto. There's been a lot of people living in this part. In terms of culture, Toronto's home to a thriving scene, theater, and performing arts scene with more than 50 ballet and dance companies, 6 opera companies, symphony orchestras, and theaters. Ontario Place features the world's first permanent IMAX movie theater experience, the Cinemasphere. As well as the Budweiser stage, an open-air venue for music concerts. Ontario Place closed after decline of attendance, though many of the areas are still going on. In addition to this, it has a rich carnival festivals all over, including the Trinidad and Tobago Carnival, the Caravana, and of course, one of the largest events of the city is the Pride Festival, which is one of the largest LGBT festivals in the world. And of course, Toronto hosts a lot of sports teams in 5 Major League sports, with teams in the National Hockey League, Major League Baseball, the National Basketball Association, the Canadian Football League, which is 100% Canadian sports, and Major League Soccer. Of course, but Toronto's first ever major sports team is the Maple Leafs. They're the most iconic team of the city, obviously. And the city has lots of hockey championships and have won the Stanley Cup 13 times. Though they still haven't won a championship since 1967. They're also home to the Toronto Blue Jays Major League Baseball team. They're still the only Major League Baseball team left in Canada. The other team, the Expos, moved to DC in 2004. But the Blue Jays have won 2 World Series titles back-to-back in 1992 and 93 and played their games at the Rogers Center, which is right next to the CN Tower. Then in 1995 was the Toronto Raptors and have earned since 1995 have earned 11 playoff spots and 5 division titles in 24 seasons. And they even won their first ever NBA title in 2019. And they're the only NBA team with their own television channel as well. Then they're finally represented by Canadian football. The Toronto Argonauts have won 18 Grey Cup championships, which is basically their own version of the Super Bowl as the Grey Cup, and play their games at BMO Field. Toronto's hosted several NFL exhibition games. Have played 8 NFL games for the Buffalo Bills between 2008 and 2013, but they're still yet to have an NFL team in um in there as well. And in terms of events, Toronto has its own tennis tournament called the Canadian Open. There's also the Grand Prix of Toronto, which is hosted, which is annually held the street circuit, and it's even once hosted and it's actually going to be one of the 16 states in North America to host matches for the 2026 FIFA World Cup. But yeah, that's a little bit about Toronto. Here's some sites and landmarks to visit while in Toronto, Canada. Of course, you can't forget about the CN Tower, the signature landmark of Toronto, which is about 553-meter tall, and it's one of the must-see attractions. And yeah, you can't really miss it. It's that tall. And you can check out the viewing area at 447 feet with views on clear days. You can see Niagara Falls in New York State. Then there's the St. Louis Market that was built in 1850. Houses a variety of vendors selling food, flowers, and specialty items. And it serves as both a public meeting place and a concert venue. And finally, the Hockey Hall of Fame, where you can check out the history of all-time hockey greats. The teams, the players, and the games. And you can even see the original 1893 Stanley Cup, as well as other memorabilia and interactive display to test your ice hockey skills. So yeah, that is some of the landmarks here in Toronto, Canada. But yeah, that is Toronto, everyone. So yeah, we're just about 50 miles from Toronto Pearson. So I guess I'm gonna go ahead and start to descend a little bit. I'm gonna go ahead and start descending. And start descending down a bit. I'm gonna go ahead and start my descent in just a little bit. So I'm gonna go ahead and start my descent. So yeah. Let's go ahead and talk about Toronto Pearson International, everyone. Toronto Pearson is actually the main international airport here in Toronto. It's Canada's busiest airport. Kyoko, Charlie Yankee Yankee Zulu. It's the main airport served in Toronto, its metropolitan area, and the Golden Horseshoe region. It was named after Lester B. Pearson, who served as the 14th Prime Minister of Canada and even received the Nobel Peace Prize in 1957 for his humanitarian work. It's located 14 miles south-northwest of downtown Toronto, with the majority of the airport situated in Mississauga, the southern portion of the airfield along Silver Dart Drive. It is the largest and busiest airport in Canada, handling 50.5 million passengers in 2019. And as of 2019, it was the second busiest international air passenger gateway in the Americas, behind JFK International in New York City, and 3 for the world in traffic. Of course, we all know it is the primary hub for Air Canada, the flag carrier of Canada, of course, as well as the hub for WestJet, cargo airline FedEx Express, and base of operation for Air Transat and Sunwing Airline. There's an extensive network of non-stop domestic flights to several airlines to all major and secondary cities across all provinces of Canada. And since 2014, there's over 75 airlines operating around 1,250 daily departures in the airport to more than 180 destinations across 5 continents. But yeah, this airport has been around since 1938. So it was actually built as a commercial airport. During World War II, the Royal Canadian Air Force established a base here. There was RCF Melton. Then it was sold the airport to the government of Canada, which became Toronto International. There's about three major terminals and a VIP terminal. The airport has 5 runways, the longest being 0523 at 11,120 feet, 06 left, 24 right at 9,697 feet, 06 right at 9,000 feet, 15 left, 33 right at 11,050 feet, and 1533 left at 9,080 feet. We have tons of destinations all across the globe. I mean, Air Canada flies all over the world. Amsterdam, Bogota, Boston, Buenos Aires, Frankfurt, Dubai, Kingston, London, Lisbon, Tel Aviv, Tokyo, Seoul, Vienna. I mean, they fly everywhere around the world, even places in Africa, too. They fly globally across the globe here in. So, yeah, that is going to be about here on the stream. So we're going to be landing. I'm going to land at runway 05, and I'm just going to land there, and we'll be landing at Toronto Pearson. But yeah, this has been a great flight so far. We still got a bit of ways to go. After landing, we still got just about 370 nautical miles left to go to Rochester and then Boston. So let's go ahead and get the first land predictions for the day. Exclamation point predict. Type in a negative number. Type in the number you want, and we can get the prediction. So, but yeah, it's great being here, guys. It's been a blast having the stream with you guys so far. Thank you all in the chat, both the ones in chat and lurkers. I hope you guys are having a great weekend so far with the family and friends. We're about to make our first landing of the day here in Toronto Pearson. So as soon as I get done with the stream today, there's a couple of achievements that I wanted to do afterwards. So you. Yeah, down below. I'm gonna go ahead and disable the autopilot. We're gonna get ready to get this bird down. But man, this has been a great stream, everyone. So leg 2, we're gonna check out Niagara Falls next leg. This one would just be a brief one about just almost 110 miles. This should be a pretty easy second leg. We're gonna just be we're gonna be pretty low for the first leg, 2,000 feet for Toronto, and then to Niagara Falls. We're gonna keep around 2,000 feet. But yeah, we don't have much farther to go. I mean, we're only just about this one. I think we're just only about 3 streams away from reaching near the Labrador Sea to Half Goose Bay, and then we can just go through Greenland, Iceland, and so yeah, guys. I would like to see something in the future. I think I would like to see a new Firefly Air Hub someday. I know there's gonna be quite a bit of things going on while I'm gone, so I hope we can get stuff going. Nice. Yeah. Well, okay, guys. That was our first stop. Just land in Toronto. So yeah, guys, this is leg 1 of 3 for today. We're now here in Toronto Pearson. So this is the first leg completed today. For this trip, I'm gonna just take a quick break. If you guys want to join on in, I definitely welcome flying in the group. We're on the Southeast Asian server. We're in we're Toronto Pearson today. So yeah, what's the cruising speed? Well, the cruising speed of this plane, from the way I fly it, is around 165 to 175 knots is where I usually cruise at. So, something that goes around 165, 175 knots, anything that goes around that, should have no trouble keeping up with this DC-3. So yeah, we're just in Toronto. We can see the downtown skyline. Let's go ahead and get the slide for now for the next two legs. I'm gonna reset the date to August. Hey, speaking of which, Plan Neutral, great to see you, my dude. Good to see you, Plan Neutral. Let me give him a shout out. Plan Neutral, a great friend of the channel. I just did a river run on Friday of the Orange River. So I got inspired by one of your streams, Plan Neutral. And we did the Orange River Friday, so that's what I did. We're currently on leg 50. We have two more legs going through. Legs 50 and 51. Rochester and Toronto and Bedford. Here it is. August 17th. Toronto to Rochester to Bedford. Another iconic place they wanted to film our DC-3 was Niagara Falls. Their friends John Parker and Paul Breed flew over from California with their Bonanza for the photo session. Now, in order to fly over to Niagara Falls, they have required special permission from Transport Canada in the Niagara Falls office. All the local operators had to be informed of activities, and we had to operate outside of our normal operating hours to take pictures of Niagara Falls. To not conflict, the Canadian local police had to be informed. It wasn't daily sight, seeing an old DC-3 flying at low altitudes in close formation with our aircraft. It was very, very early in the morning. Conditions were just perfect. Canadian permission was over and flew east towards Toronto into Boston. Yep, and you're currently doing this. So we're gonna go ahead and I'm gonna also adjust the time as well. We're gonna go very early in the morning. So I'm gonna go right here. That'll be good. Oh, yeah, you're gonna go over the Orinoco River tonight. Nice. And guys, I also got something else loaded too. I also got some scenery loaded in. And that's because I actually got some new scenery today. Actually, Jefferson, and that's because I actually got not just any Niagara Falls scenery. I have none other than Jefferson 2001's Niagara Falls City Pack scenery loaded in. Jefferson actually gave it to me a while ago. He gifted it for me for free. If you want to grab your hands on his Niagara Falls scenery, it's here on Sim Market. It is for $15 US, and it is fantastic scenery. Jefferson makes some of the finest scenery for Microsoft Flight Sim. He makes some of the best ones. And he is absolutely in fact there's even an emote for this for how good he is. So featuring his scenery, the man, the myth, the legend, and Jefferson 2001. Great friend of mine, he makes some amazing scenery. So we're gonna check out his Niagara Falls scenery. Morning. Dark. Okay, this actually works. Yeah, this works. I'm going to go ahead and I want the window open. I also brought in plan notes for Niagara Falls. So we're going to do some brief flyover of the city of Toronto for a bit. So I have the link for Jefferson's scenery for Niagara Falls if you want to check it out. I got it loaded today. So we should see Jefferson's beautiful scenery in full effect. Yeah, here's Toronto Pearson. I don't have the scenery for it. And yes, I actually have notes for Niagara Falls. Once we get past Toronto, I'll shift to 168 and we'll be talking all about Niagara Falls, because let me just tell you, there is a lot to talk about Niagara Falls. But first, we're going to approach the city of Toronto for a brief hello. But yeah, we're gonna have a great flight. But he has made speed. Yeah, and you can get this for 15 US dollars, which is amazing, by the way. All of this. So yeah, you guys could absolutely see in front of us. Of course, it is so hard not to miss the CN Tower. It's so easy to spot. It's so easy to spot. But man, it's been an absolutely great time here today. This stream has been so much fun today. It really is. I mean, I'm gonna miss flying to DC-3. Once I get done with this series, I guess I'm just gonna take a little break from flying the DC-3 for a bit, just because, like I said, I've been flying that DC-3 every Sunday. But no, I love flying this thing so much. Ugh. So yeah, cannot wait to see this incredible stream. We picked early in the morning for this flight. So there's CN Tower and all those. So there's also the Rogers Center down there, home of the Blue Jays. There's also the smaller Billy Bishop Airport. This is a handcrafted airport too. This is the handcrafted Billy Bishop. So yeah, That is Toronto, Canada. Oh yeah, you might see Porter, of course. Porter's often flies out of the airport during his streams. If you never heard of Porter Learn to Fly, let's go ahead and briefly talk about beautiful Niagara Falls here today. But Niagara Falls has a bit of a long history. Niagara Falls is a group of 3 major waterfalls at the southern edge of the Niagara Gorge, spanning between the border of province of Ontario and New York. The largest of the 3 airports is larger of the 3 falls is the Horseshoe Falls, which straddle the international border of 2 countries. There's also 2 smaller falls. The American and the Bridal Veil Falls lie within the U.S. The Bridal Veil Falls is separated by Goat Island and from the American Falls by Luna Island, both situated in New York, formed by the Niagara River, which drains from Lake Erie. The combined falls have the highest flow rate of any waterfall in North America. That has a vertical drop more than 50 meters. And during peak daytime tourist hours, more than 168,000 cubic meters of water goes over the crest of the falls every minute. And Horseshoe Falls particularly is the most powerful waterfall in North America, and it's famed for not just its beauty, but also as a source of hydroelectric power. Here's Horseshoe Falls. It's around 187 feet high, while the height of the American Falls varies between 21 and 30 meters due to the presence of giant boulders. The larger Horseshoe Falls is about 2,500 feet wide, while the American Falls is 320 feet. The peak flow is around 6,400 cubic meters per second of the Horseshoe Falls, which is pretty insane. The water flows half at night and during low tourist season winter months, where it does only 1,400 cubic meters, but it's still a lot of water flow, even in the wintertime. It's also a very important bird area due to its impacts on several bird species, including Bonaparte's gull, ring-billed gulls, and herring gulls, as birds migrate to this area in winter in the surrounding area. In terms of geology, the features that became Niagara Falls were created in Wisconsin glaciation 10,000 years ago, when the ice melted. The upper Great Lakes entered into the Niagara River, which followed the rearranged topography across the escarpment. In time, the river eroded the soft layer that supported the hard layers, undercovered the hard cap rock, gave way to great chunks, and this is eventually repeated countless number of times. Eventually, it's what carved out the Niagara Falls. There's also ancient fossils and stuff too, but most of the stuff and there's actually a bit of a future for the falls, because it's currently still eroding around 30 centimeters per year, and at this rate, it'll take about 50,000 years for the Niagara Falls to have eroded the remaining 20 miles to Lake Erie. There have been preservation efforts to keep the falls over the past years, but many figures have suggested going to the falls for quite a bit, but the first description of the falls actually came from a Belgian missionary, Father Louis Hennepin, in 1667, after traveling with explorer René Cavelier, Theo de La Salle. During the 19th century, tourism became really popular, as it was the area's main industry. It still is today. Theodosia Burr Alston and her husband were among the first recorded couple to have their honeymoon there in the falls in 1801. And Theodosia Burr Alston was actually the daughter of Vice President Aaron Burr at the time. Then after the Civil War, the New York Central Railroad publicized Niagara Falls as a place of pleasure and honeymoon visits. And in 1918, an iron scow became stuck in the rocks, funnily enough. Apparently, the 2 men were rescued, but the vessel still remains trapped in the river as a result. After the First World War, tourism boomed as automobiles made getting the falls easier, and the story has been able to harness the energy for hydroelectric purposes. By hydroelectricity. So, and to control, but however, the development on both, and also to control both sides of development, make sure it doesn't threaten the natural beauty. As a result, so mainly it's still controlled through the 20th century, trying to balance development and also keeping the place naturally beautiful. Of course, Niagara Falls has tons of potential as a power source, and that's been around since even the 18th century, funnily enough, with canals and sawmills. But it eventually grew even more during the 19th century as the Niagara Falls Hydraulic Power and Mine Company was chartered, which eventually constructed the canals used to generate the electricity from the falls. By 1896, financing from Mughals like J.P. Morgan, John Jacob Astor IV, and the Vanderbilts fueled the construction of giant underground conduits, leading to turbines that generate up to 100,000 horsepower or 75 megawatts of power set as far as Buffalo. However, to preserve the Niagara Falls beauty, a treaty was signed by US and Canada to limit water usage by the power plants to keep the natural beauty of Niagara Falls from being changed. Um, but of course, tourism is a massive deal in the Niagara Falls. Peak visitors often visit the falls during the summer, when Niagara Falls is both a daytime and evening attraction, and the oldest and most best known is the Maid of the Mist boat cruise, which has carried people around the falls since 1846. There's also a scenic trolley that offers guided trips on the American Falls and Goat Island, with panoramic and aerial views viewed by helicopter. The observation deck of the Skyline Tower offers the highest views of the falls and can give views as far as the city of Toronto. And let's not forget, Niagara Falls has also been featured a lot of things in media and culture. It's been featured in the 1953 movies Niagara, which stars Marilyn Monroe herself, who was one of the big symbols of the 50s and early 60s. Then there's also animated short Niagara Fools featuring Woody Woodpecker. And the subject of a popular IMAX movie, Niagara Miracles, Myths, and Magic. It's also featured a lot in literature and music too, about Niagara Falls. So yeah, that's just a brief overview of Niagara Falls. We're going to be checking out the scenery in just a little bit. We're very, very close to the falls. So we're going to go check it out, guys. Cannot wait for this. This is going to be now. Classic. And I can't wait to check out Jefferson's scenery. It's going to be Hey, good to see you, Kickspy. Good to see you. Are you starting your bomber run? No, Kickspy. I'm not starting my bomber's run. We're doing our DC-3 around the world trip today from Breitling. We're going to be checking out Niagara Falls for this leg of the flight. We're going to check out Niagara Falls. We're going to check out Niagara Falls, so that would be very, very cool. Yeah, good to see you. But yeah, we're just very close. I got Jefferson scenery loaded up, so turn off the gyro pilot. We're about to finally fly over Jefferson's Niagara Falls. Jefferson 2001 in his Niagara Falls scenery. Oh man, that is just... Look at the state of this. Oh my goodness, that is just... Wow. That's amazing. Jefferson 2001, that is insane. Let's fly over Niagara Falls for a bit. Let's see if we can take whatever more pictures of the city, of the Niagara Falls. That is incredible. Yeah, no wonder millions visit this place. It's not a surprise. This is work from Jefferson 2001. Yeah, I was originally going to do a Niagara Falls themed stream, but I decided, you know what? I'm going to save it for this World Adventure tour. I think that would be a better place to... Just incredible. Man. Oh my goodness, and what's it? Oh my gosh, Angry One Horn with the rate of 12. Welcome back to streaming, Angry One Horn. My good friend, how you been doing? I came here at a good time. We're over Niagara Falls today on the DC-3 Around the World trip. Welcome on in, Angry One Horn viewers. I'm Viper Strike 95, and we're doing the Breitling DC-3 Around the World stream. Great to see you guys. Angry 100, I hope you had an amazing stream. It's good to see you finally on the streaming again. I know it's been a long while since you've last been there. So, welcome on in. DH Paradox, great to see you. So let me go ahead and give shoutouts for Angry One Horn. Check out his streams on Twitch. I saw you had some time left in stream. Yeah, it was no brainer to check out my channel. I do appreciate it. Guys, check out Angry One Horn streams. He's been a long-time friend of the community. I know he has been streaming a long time, but it's great to have him back. And we have DH Paradox as well. Good to see you, DH Paradox. Check out his streams on Twitch as well. DH Paradox does both Microsoft Flight Sim and American Truck Sim on his channel, so check out his. But yeah, the scenery I'm flying over today is from Jefferson 2001. He gifted me this scenery a while back. This is just breathtaking today, man. Okay. So that is Niagara Falls. Let's go. And that's about it for the Niagara Falls. We took plenty of pictures, everyone. In the big sky country, nice. Okay, guys, let's go ahead and get back to our flight. I'll go ahead and reset the heading. It's that. Let's go ahead and set the heading hold. But man, this has been an amazing stream, guys. I mean, that was just stunning. Niagara Falls is so great. And it's even better once Jefferson gets his hands on it. And scenery was already nice before, but man, when Jefferson puts his hand on those sceneries, oh man, it really. Man, what a great flight. So we're going to head up on our way over to Rochester now. We're now going to head to our second stop of the day. We're just going to have a brief stop over Rochester, actually. Rochester in New York is known as the Flower City. It is currently on Lake Ontario, New York State. It is the fourth most populous city in the state of New York. It's the 10th most populous municipality in the state with around 211,000 people. Though it forms a metropolitan area with a population of 1 million people. It was one of the first boom towns in the U.S. due to its fertile river valley of the Genesee River, which gave rise to numerous flour mills, and then as a manufacturing center. Rochester came as prominence as the birthplace and home of some of America's most famous companies. Got their birthplace and home, including Eastman Kodak, which formed the Kodak Company, Xerox, and Bausch & Lomb, as well as Wegmans, Gannett, Paychex, Western Union, French's, Constellation Brands, Ragu, and others. And it became a global center for science, technology, research, and development. That played a big role in American history as a hub. And also, Rochester has been known as a hub for certain major U.S. social and political movements, including abolitionism and the women's rights movements. It played a major role. Today, the economy is defined by technology and education. It experienced some significant population decline. However, its bedrock companies shrink less than others, as well as strong growth in education, continue to grow. The city is also known for its culture, particularly its music culture, with institutions like the Eastman School of Music and an internationally well-known jazz festival. And in fact, it's also home to several world-famous museums, including the Strong Museum and National Museum of Play, and the George Eastman Museum, which houses the oldest photography collection in the world. So yeah, Rochester, a very important city. I mean, a lot of people know about New York. They think New York, the state of New York's all about the Big Apple and all that. But in reality, other cities like Rochester and Syracuse and Buffalo have been played, in Albany, have all played historicals in the state, not just the Big Apple. And trust me, we will be visiting the Big Apple sooner than later. We'll be visiting the Big Apple. So, not big of a deal. So, there's definitely a lot of museums and landmarks. There are definitely more than a few places. The Easton Museum, like I said, is the world's oldest photography collection. And it's got a rich history with photography after Eastman helped found the Kodak Corporation about photography. But you can visit his incredible colonial revival mansion. We can learn all about the history of photography, visit galleries, and tour the beautiful home and gardens all across the city. Then we have the Strong Museum of Play, which is a traditional history museum and an interactive children's museum that can be enjoyed by both adults and children. And then the High Falls, which is basically its own waterfalls through the city, which tumbles 95 feet off the escarpment of the High Falls, creating a froth and mist. In addition to this, Rochester has also got other cultural stuff. It's got many theaters, ballet centers, a rich nightlife scene, all sorts of parks, and it's even home to a minor league baseball team on the Rochester Red Wings that have been playing since 1899. And of course, the airport we'll be visiting today is Greater Rochester International, Kilo Romeo Oscar Charlie. This airport is actually the 5th busiest airport in the state of New York and 3rd busiest outside the New York City metropolitan area. This airport is home to the 642nd Aviation Support Battalion, part of the 42nd Infantry Division. This airport has actually been around since before World War II in Baker Field. They used it for military purposes. But then it became Britain Field in 1919, where they hosted a lot of pilots. And in fact, it once hosted the U.S. Flying Circus, as well as to promote aviation. And in fact, the Kodak company even used this airport for their aerial photography experiments, flown on the Fokker monoplane, the Josephine Ford, and took a lot of photography to stimulate interest in aviation. As well, Rochester even became important for the Spirit of St. Louis. Charles Lindbergh flew the Spirit of St. Louis here as part of his air tour of New York State. And then it became Rochester Municipal Airport. The modern era became 1927 with the municipal airport for commercial traffic. And then it continued growing to the 20th and 21st century, continued to grow in renovations. So, definitely important. They currently have flights to U.S. destinations in Orlando, Punta Gorda, Charlotte, Boston, Philadelphia, Miami, Chicago, New York, Boston, Detroit, Newark, Washington, D.C., Baltimore. But yeah, that's a little bit about Rochester, where we're going to be heading to for the second stop. The rest of the flight will be checking out the history of New York and Massachusetts, New York State and Massachusetts. So if you want to look for some famous people, there are many notable people from Rochester, but there are 3 particularly big individuals that make Rochester home. Number 1 is the women's rights activist Susan B. Anthony. She was actually born in Adams, Massachusetts, but she got much of her career in Rochester. Um, Her family moved to Rochester, New York in 1845, and she did much of her activism out of the city. Then, of course, we have Frederick Douglass, the African American social reformer and abolitionist Frederick Douglass, born in Cordova, Maryland, but then he escaped slavery and moved to and lived much of his life in Rochester. And finally, of course, going back to Rochester itself, we have Kodak founder George Eastman, who was born in Waterville, New York, but he lived in Rochester for most of his life, and founded Kodak and helped build the film industry and all that. So yeah, there's definitely some very notable people from the city. So like I said, there are a lot of very well-known places in the country. So So yeah, I want to ask you guys in the chat. So I hope you guys are having a great weekend. I know everyone's got really cool flying plans and all that. So if you guys are liking the content and you haven't smashed the follow button yet, if you like the content and you want to continue to support the channel, well, smash that follow button and continue to support the channel and continue watching the stream. I'm trying to get 800 followers as my follower goal. I know I've been working hard for it 3 days a week, to put these streams out for you guys. I want to make the best streams that I can do with my own skills. That is why I want to keep doing this. It's not just for my entertainment, but also for you guys too. So definitely a beautiful area today. Man, Niagara Falls has been so beautiful. Let's see who's flying along with us today. Let's. I don't see any name tags. So about the Eastman Museum. So in terms of his collection, he has over 14,000 photographers represented in his collection. Including some of his most notable holdings in the museum include the world's largest collection of daguerreotypes, more than 1,000 from Southworth and Hans, a major collection of 19th century photographs of the American West by photographers including Carleton Watkins, Edward Muybridge, Timothy H. O'Sullivan, and William Henry Jackson, a major collection of 1890s to 1910s glass negatives from all sorts of different journalists, photographic states of Lewis Hine, Edward Steichen, Alvin Langdon Coburn, Nicholas Murray, and Victor Kepler, and a major collection of Ansel Adams' early and vintage prints, as well as contemporary artists too. But he has tons of as well. How cool is that though? All those photography and collections. How cool is that? I was there, but looking for a faster plane. Yeah. I think the Caravan would be a good choice. The Cessna 208 would be good. The Caravan would be good. I think the Caravan would be a good choice. The Baron, Caravan. Those would be pretty good. Those could definitely keep up. And even the Bonanza could actually keep up with this. So, definitely beautiful. So, guys, if you want to check out my content, if you want to keep track of it for the next streams or two, want to keep up and follow along, I have my own Discord here in the chat. So, if you guys want to join in on the Discord to keep track of my streams, I mean, I got quite a bit of community over here. We have a lot of, I think about 100 plus members in this community here in my community. We have we have Maverick Jokin here with us in the P-51. I don't have the P-51. Papa Rasha in the Cessna 152. Yeah, there's been a few people here. Let's go ahead and do our second landing prediction for the day. We have another landing prediction. Exclamation point predict. We have our next landing prediction. Just put exclamation point predict, then type in any negative number, and we get the landing predictions. We're going to get ready to get our landings pretty shortly. Then afterwards, we only have one more leg left to go. We're going to head to Bedford Field. So we're going to be climbing to 8,000 feet for that one and fly over New York and Massachusetts. So definitely be a pretty add power speed. I'm just gonna land here at runway 04. This. Yeah, welcome to Rochester. Here we go. Here's the land of Rochester International. K-Rock. Oh, Croc. Oh, good one, Typhon. Does this Typhon mean Croc's for Earth? Yes. Croc. Yes. Yes. Give Murph all the Crocs. Here we go. Let's get the lane down for this one. Hey, should I buy the E319 or the E2? Ah, good question. Oh, oh, someone played the Kentucky Derby sound. Of course someone played that. Yeah, if you guys aren't aware of that, that's what's played in nearly every single Kentucky Derby race since the immortal time. That one is actually, more specifically, that was my own Kentucky home. Good to see you. Yep. Here it is. We're in Rochester right now. Personally, it depends on what you want. The EMB E2 is more of turboprop for general aviation purposes. Um, Whereas the E319 is for the airliners. So they're both very different. If you prefer the airliners, I would probably say the A319 from Latin VFR. Um, but I don't know. But then again, you already have the A320 in the sim. I know Latin VFR has done a lot of work on that plane to make it better, but that's a good question. I would probably say the um I'm probably gonna say probably the E319 to be honest. Because I don't know how the the E2 model for the EMB from Virtual Call. I don't really know. So yeah, we're in Rochester. So that completes leg number 17. Let's go ahead and get this thing taken back off, and we'll make our way back over to Boston. Hey, good to see you guys here. We have a new follow from TTV, Joshy77. Thank you for the follow, my dude. Welcome on in. We're about to head off to Boston, Massachusetts. So we're gonna go ahead and fly high. So we're gonna visit Rochester. Good to see you. But yeah, very, very nice to have you face here. Thank you for the follow, my dude. We're about to make our way over to Boston, Massachusetts. We're gonna just briefly fly over Rochester. I know there's no photogrammetry for the city. Let's check our tanks. Oh my god, we're nearly empty. Let's go ahead and finally change our tanks. Left auxiliary tank, right auxiliary. So I went ahead and changed the tanks. Oh, what? Oh, autopilot disconnect. Oh, that's not good. That would not be good at all. Yeah, unfortunately, Rochester has no photogrammetry. Go ahead and change the heading to 190. Yeah, who knows? Maybe the next city update. Maybe the next city update should have. But I'm thinking if we get another city update, I would like to see Dallas, because Dallas itself needs an update. Seriously, I mean, you have one of the largest cities in the U.S., and that doesn't get photogrammetry yet. Odessa gets it. Dallas needs to get an update. I would like to see Anchorage get an update. Maybe like the downtown area of Anchorage would be pretty cool. Definitely Honolulu. Honolulu definitely needs a city update. That needs it pretty badly. Then the last place would probably be outside of Dallas would be what other cities could get them? Let me look up. I know there's a Microsoft. If it's US again, it'd be Honolulu, Anchorage. There's a lot of US photogrammetry cities, so I need to pick out which cities don't really have photogrammetry. I guess maybe Akron? Oh, Buffalo. Buffalo could definitely use. Play the sound tunes. Yeah, I got a few bit sound alerts. Yeah, Buffalo could definitely use it. I think Buffalo could use the city updates. Buffalo. Lexington. And then the last city would probably be. I don't think Washington, D.C. itself could get a city update. I doubt Washington, D.C. could get a city update. If it's D.C. get an update, does that open the door for that? I could say D.C. I probably may also say somewhere in the Northeast U.S. like Burlington. Get it. And then finally for the photogrammetry airport, for the handcrafted airport, usually that's what it is for the last couple city updates. I would be interested to see Louisville get an update. Imagine if Louisville gets one of those handcrafted airports. Oh man, that would be so nice if Louisville got a handcrafted airport. Louisville would be really nice to have it. Oh, back from watching Australia versus France. Ah, cool. Yeah, I would like to see Louisville get handcrafted though. If they pick a U.S. airport to be handcrafted, I wouldn't mind seeing Baltimore being handcrafted. Baltimore actually was not handled very well in the normal Sim, so maybe if they bring the handcrafted airport to Baltimore, that would be a lot better. Baltimore could use it. Um, Either Baltimore gets handcrafted or maybe somewhere else, but maybe another U.S. airport. But yeah, I think that would be the city update. And then probably the handcrafted airport could very well be Anchorage. Handcrafted Anchorage International. That'd be the main hub of Alaska. Oh well. Hey, good to see you, Joshy. Welcome on in. We're doing the DC-3 Around the World recreation of what Breitling did back in 2017. We're in Lake 51 right now from Rochester, New York to Boston. So I'm just going to go ahead and do some flying. We even started this journey back on New Year's Day from Geneva, Switzerland. We went across from Switzerland to France, Italy, Slovenia, Croatia, Greece, Israel, Jordan, across Saudi Arabia to Bahrain, Qatar, UAE, Pakistan, India, Thailand, Malaysia, Singapore, the Philippines, Macau, Taiwan, Japan, then through Alaska into the continental United States. Now we just passed through Canada too. But yeah, that's what we're doing here. So guys, let's go ahead and talk about New York State, actually. The state of New York. New York State, yes, it's not just the city, it's also the state. But New York State is part of the Northeast U.S. and it's one of the Mid-Atlantic states. It borders New England, and it shares an international border with Canada. Mainly, it borders Vermont, Massachusetts, Connecticut, New Jersey, and Pennsylvania are the states it borders, along with the international border to Ontario and Quebec. With 19.7 million residents, it is actually the fourth most populous state in the US and the seventh most densely populated as of 2022. It's also the US's 27th largest state with an area of 54,556 square miles. It has an extremely varied geography. As downstate encompasses New York, Long Island, the Hudson Valley, as well as the upstate area with the Great Lakes, hills, and mountains, like the Adirondack and Catskill Mountains. Well, New York, a very unique geography, and it really grew a lot since its original origins. New York is known as the Empire State due to its political, cultural, and economic ascendancy over the next century. And while deindustrialization eroded a significant part of the state's economy, the 21st century New York is considered to be a global node of creativity, entrepreneurship, social tolerance, and environmental sustainability. And there are many landmarks in the state, including Times Square, including 4 of the top 10 of the world's most visited tourist attractions are all in New York, including Times Square, Central Park, Niagara Falls, and Grand Central Terminal, as well as home to nearly 200 colleges and universities, including 2 Ivy League schools in Columbia and Cornell, and the expansive State University of New York, which is one of the largest university systems in the nation. And of course, the Big Apple, New York City, is the headquarters of the UN as well as the world's most important city, the cultural, financial, and media epicenter of the world. 1 hour, 30 minutes till descent. Nice. But yeah, New York, very important state. But New York's history goes quite a bit back. It goes back to the Native American times, what is now modern New York. So it goes back to the Native American times. We're primarily dominated by the Iroquois, or the Haudenosaunee tribes, and the Algonquin peoples. From approximately 1640 to 1680, the Iroquois people waged campaigns which extend from modern-day Michigan to Virginia against the Algonquin and Sioux tribes, as well as each other. But the first European explorers to check out this area was an Italian explorer, Giovanni di Verrazzano. In the service of the French crown, explored the Atlantic coast between the Carolines and Newfoundland, and he founded the coast of New York. And then in 1614, the Dutch, yes, the Dutch of all things, under the command of Hendrik Horst Tennyson, rebuilt the French chateau, which they call Fort Nassau, here in New York. And they helped build a lot of the area as well. And basically, the French actually built New York as well. Built much of the state and became Fort Nassau. Now, during the 17th century as well, the Dutch trading posts established for near the Pelts for the Lenape Iroquois enterprise were founded near the colony of New Netherland. However, the English captured the colony towards the Second Anglo-Dutch War and governed as the province of New York. So, and one of those major ports was New Amsterdam, and that eventually became known as, you guessed it, New York City. So yeah, it was the Dutch following up. Then the Sons of Liberty were also, during the British era, the Sons of Liberty were organized in the 1760s in response to the Oppressive Stamp Act that was passed by British Parliament. And the Stamp Act was mainly to raise taxes for the money because, to try and recover the money from the French and Indian War. And as a result, in fact, the start of the American Revolution started here too. The Stamp Act Congress resulted in the Declaration of Rights and Grievances, which is the first represented by representatives of the American many rights and complaints later expressed in the U.S. Declaration of Independence, including the right of representative government, as well as strong commercial and personal sentiment links to Britain. Many New York residents were loyalists. And during the American Revolution was the capture of Fort Ticonderoga, which provided the cannon gunpowder necessary to force the British withdrawal from the siege of Boston. However, New York was the only colony to not vote for independence, as the delegates were not authorized to do so. Then they later endorsed the Declaration of Independence. And about a third of all the battles in the Revolutionary War took place in the state of New York. The first major one, and still the largest of the war, was the Battle of Long Island in 1776. After the British won that battle, they occupied New York City and used it as their military and political base of operations. As well. Eventually, though, after the war, after the Revolution was won by the Americans, New York was the national capital, actually, of the United States during the Articles of Confederation as the first national government, and New York was the 11th state to ratify the Constitution in 1788. And New York City remained the national capital under the new U.S. Constitution until 1790, when it was officially moved to its present-day location in Washington, D.C. However, despite that, though, New York still continued to grow, as transportation in New York was built by the Erie Canal, and it drew a lot of people to the state, particularly in Buffalo and Rochester, think about those two, allowing them to grow and prosper under this new era as well. Upstate in New York City gave strong support for the American Civil War. During the American Civil War era, they grew to become very important the state provided over 370,000 soldiers to the Union armies, and over 53,000 New Yorkers died in the Civil War. Roughly 1 in every 7 who served from New York were killed in died in the Civil War. Then, from the 19th century, New York has been the largest port of entry into the United States. As in the U.S., the federal government did not assume jurisdiction until 1890 of immigration. As previously, that matter depended on states. And most immigrants in New York would disembark in the docks around the Hudson or East River. Eventually, they decided to put a new immigration thing on Ellis Island in 1892. and act as the major center of immigration. And basically, more than 12 million immigrants passed through Ellis Island between 1892 and 1950. And more than 100 million Americans across the U.S. can trace their ancestry to these immigrants. So, it continued to grow, and finally to the modern day, on an infamous date in 2001, September 11th, 2001, 2 of the 4 hijacked planes were flown into the twin towers of the original World Trade Center in Manhattan, and the towers collapsed. And they resulted in the deaths of 2,700 victims and caused lots of damages as well. Most of Manhattan's been restored, and over 7,000 workers and residents have developing life-threatening illnesses as a result, and there's now a memorial to the site open to the public. So that, and that is about the history of New York. So yeah, that is about the history of the state of New York during this time. So yeah, I hope you guys are liking this information so far about New York State. We got lots of great information for the streams for all you guys here. Yeah, beautiful day out here in New York State. Definitely, I think New York State is definitely a very underappreciated area. I know a lot of people think New York is all about the Big Apple, and rightfully so, but New York itself actually has several extremely scenic locations. Like, there's definitely some beautiful areas through the Hudson. Through the Hudson River, there's tons of mountain wildernesses, like mountains, beautiful lakes, forest, wilderness. Just some great areas here in New York State that a lot of people just don't realize. So definitely a beautiful area worth visiting. Speaking of which, we're going to get back to the slideshow. So for New York, geographically wise, New York actually covers an area of around 54,000 square miles, and it's the 27th is actually the 27th largest state in the Union. But the thing about New York that a lot of people don't know about is that New York, despite being contrasted to New York's urban landscape, much of New York's itself, the vast majority of the state's area, is actually dominated by meadows, forests, rivers, farms, and mountains and lakes. Most of the southern part of the state rests on the Allegheny Plateau, which extends from the southeastern U.S. to the Catskill Mountains. And there's also the rugged Adriatic Mountains with vast tracts of wilderness, as well as the Great Appalachian Valley in the Hudson Valley throughout the southern half of the state. And there is definitely a lot of beautiful scenery. But you basically have tons of mountainous areas across much of New York. Mountains, lakes, meadows, all that. The highest peaks are around between 1,000 and 1,700 feet. The highest point is actually Mount Marcy in New York, and it's, believe it or not, it's 5,343 feet high, which is actually really high, all things considered, in New York. And it's a very popular destination for hikers, and that's located in the northern half of the northeast New York. And it's an absolutely beautiful area. In addition to this as well, there's also lots of rivers and lakes, mainly through the Hudson. There's also the Appalachian Valley as well. Basically, the southern part is the Allegheny Plateau with the Adriatic Mountains. The Great Appalachian Valley dominates eastern New York, and with Lake Champlain as well. In terms of climate, New York has a pretty much humid continental climate, though New York State and Long Island have a subtropical climate. Though during the south, downstate New York has actually rather hot summers with some periods of high humidity and cold, damp winters. Upstate experiences more summers, marred by occasional brief interview of sultry conditions with long, cold winters. So yeah, there's quite a bit of diversity within the state. And of course, New York, surprisingly, has actually some unique regions of the United States for wildlife. And there's quite a lot of different species of animals that can be found here in the state. Mammals include the whitefoot mouse, the eastern coyote, raccoon, bobcat, North American river otter, the groundhog, red fox, white-tailed deer, moose, and even black bear we found here. There used to be animals that used to live in New York but no longer do, like the bison, wolverine, caribou, eastern cougar, as well as bird species including the ring-necked pheasant, ruffled grouse, Canada jay, and of course the state bird of New York, the eastern bluebird, the state bird, as well as birds of prey like horned owls, bald eagles, red-tailed hawks, and northern harriers. But yeah, New York's got quite a lot of different animal species living through the state. Hey, good to see you, Dougal. No worries, Bunk out here. No worries, Dougal. Thank you so much for being mod duties today. Thank you for the mod stuff. I hope to see you again soon, Dougal. Yeah, have a great rest of your day, my dude, and I'll catch you later on your stream, hopefully. Oh, that was some really cool animals, and yes, squirrel. Squirrel. To our left here is the city of Syracuse, New York. So one of the cool things about Syracuse that a lot of people don't know about is that Syracuse is actually one of the largest cities. Is actually probably one of the largest cities in Upper New York. It's actually the 5th most populated city in New York, founded in 1847. Syracuse is most well known for its crossroads center for the Erie Canal and the railway network. It's home to Syracuse University, the Orange, and they play most of their games in the JMA Dome, which is home to both their basketball and football programs that play there. And in fact, for basketball, they can host 33,000 people for basketball, which is actually the largest on-campus basketball arena in the country. Right here is the GMA Dome. But yeah, hard to believe that this was used not just for football, but for basketball. But yeah, a lot of people like visiting the basketball games there in Syracuse. In addition to this as well, the city of Syracuse is also home to live jazz, as a home to the Syracuse Jazz Festival, and has hosted lots of different performers over the years, like Smokey Robinson, Randy Brecker, Aretha Franklin, and Bobby Watson. Syracuse is also home to quite a few museums, like the Everson Museum of Art, which has one of the most extensive pottery collections in the country, and the Erie Canal Museum. There's also parks and recreation as well. So yeah, beautiful day out here. Yeah, there's definitely a lot of great places in New York to check out. But one of the most historic places to check out in New York, outside of New York City, there's so many great places in. Um, for example, in West Point, you could visit the U.S. Army Train Facility in the West Point Museum. West Point is where much of the U.S. Army has been trained here at the Military Academy. Um, and it's definitely a beautiful location. There's obviously Cooperstown, New York, home of the National Baseball Hall of Fame in Cooperstown, New York. Especially big if you're a baseball fan. In Buffalo, there's obviously the Buffalo Bills in Orchard Park, home of the Buffalo Bills. And the city is also well known for a lot of its own attractions in its harbor. But it's mainly home to the Buffalo Bison's baseball team, as well as the Buffalo Sabres. Obviously, we went over Rochester. There's also Albany, which is actually, believe it or not, the real state capital in New York is Albany. You can check out the New York State Museum, the Schuler Mansion. And if you go north from Albany, you could visit Fort Ticonderoga. It's a bit further north, right near Saratoga Springs, which you can check out the old fort. In Ticonderoga, you can visit the old fort, where you can visit the American Revolution. We have definitely a lot of great places here in New York. Let's go over a few more slides about New York State. We'll be visiting New York, the state again on the next DC-3 stream. We'll be checking out the state of New York again. But New York's gross economy is massive, to say the least. Mainly it's New York City, but the entire state's GDP was $2 trillion. $2 trillion of New York's gross domestic product is $2 trillion US. If New York was an independent nation, it would be the 11th largest economy on the planet. But the multi-state New York Center metropolitan statistical area as well. But $2 trillion US, which is insane. And a lot of it has to do with the fact you could thank Wall Street for that, because Wall Street in New York City, Wall Street is basically the main financial center of New York, and it may just be one of the financial market of the United States. New York has been called the most. New York City in New York has been known as the most economically powerful century-leading financial center of the world. Lower Manhattan is the third largest central business district in the U.S. and home to the New York Stock Exchange and NASDAQ. Representing one of the world's first and second largest stock exchanges. In fact, in 2013, senior New York City bank officers who manage risk and compliance functions can earn as much as $324,000 annually, which is a lot of money per year. That's ridiculous amounts of money. Many of the world's meanest conglomerates also are based in the city. Manhattan contains nearly 520 million square feet of office space, and it's home to lots of media conglomerates and all that here in Wall Street. So we have massive amount of money. Also, technology. New York is a technology center in Silicon Alley, has since been to the entire New York metropolitan region, and has generated nearly $7.3 billion in venture capital investment. With high-tech industries include digital media, biotechnology, software development, game design, and other fields in information technology are growing, bolstered by New York's position, its intellectual capital, and wireless connectivity, and they're continuing to invest it since 2014 to incorporate more biotechnology as well. Whilst outside New York City, Long Island has been a nexus for STEM-based education and technology, with many biotechnology companies and scientific research, including those of many universities and laboratories across the state. Particle flight. Yep, have all been growing pretty big as well. And of course, there's also the Tech Valley too, with Albany, Saratoga County, Westchester County, and Hudson Valley. They're known as Tech Valley and have seen significant growth in computer hardware and high-tech industry, mainly with nanotechnology, digital electronics, and water electricity-dependent microchip manufacturing, with companies like IBM and the Thomas J. Watson Research Center. And as a result, in 2015, they are able to generate more than $163 million investment, with Rochester being very important as well. And of course, we can't forget about agriculture. New York, I know a lot of people, when they think the Big Apple, and speaking about tourism, before we get started, tourism is a big deal in New York, and especially New York City in particular, have generated billions of dollars in tourism. I know but yes, a lot of people don't realize this, but New York is a major agriculture state. There's over 35,000 farms covering an area of 7 million acres, with a generation of $5.4 billion in the economy. Dairy farming alone contributed to 45% is dairy farming. But New York has had a major deal of agriculture. They're among the top 5 states for agricultural products for many different products. They include none but the following: maple syrup, apples, cherries, cabbage, dairy products, onions, and potatoes, as well as they are the largest producer of cabbage in the U.S. And the soil of Lake Ontario provides the soil microclimate for many apple, cherry, plum, and peach orchards. But in addition to this as well, they also have livestock, poultry, and other products. And you wouldn't believe this, but New York is actually third in the country after California and Washington for wine production in the country. But yeah, agriculture still plays a very pivotal role in the state's economy and infrastructure, as well as fishery too around Long Island, which has clams, lobster, squid, and flounder. And then of course, why can't we hear them? Why can we hear them? Oh. Of course, let's talk about education too. New York is also a major educational thing. First, we have the state of New York education with 64 different community colleges, technical colleges, undergraduates, and more, including 4 major university centers being Albany, Buffalo, Binghamton, and Stony Brook. And it's home to 3 major academic medical centers as well. The city of New York is the City University of New York is the public university in New York City, is the largest urban university system in the country with 25 campuses, 11 senior colleges, 7 community colleges, and 7 professional institutions. Dating as far back since 1961, though its constituent colleges can date back as far as 1847. And the university rolls more than 275 units and counts 13 Nobel Prize winners and 24 MacArthur Fellows as well. Among Ivy League universities, Cornell, Columbia, and New York University are among the most selective higher institutions in the state, and all of them are world-renowned private universities, as well as other ones like Syracuse and Fordham. Of course, you can't forget New York is also home to West Point, which is the main U.S. Service Academy of the U.S. Army, located in Newburgh. And this is where West Point ends up training all of the United States Army Academy for cadets for the U.S. Army. Of course, New York is also home to lots of public performing arts schools, mainly the Juilliard School in the Upper West Side of Manhattan, as well as the Eastman School of Music. But New York is a major deal. Hey, good to see you, Dane. Dane Flats. Good to see you. What I'm reading there? This is Education in New York. I've been doing these streams I've been doing this sort of stuff since I began streaming back in the old days. But I like to give you guys information during these long flights to help you guys learn more about it. I've been doing this since I streamed. So Dane, good to see you. Guys, if you want to check out a fine streamer, check out Dane Flats, a very fine, very talented guy as well, very likable person too. But yeah, I've been doing this sort of stuff for a long time, Dane. But I like to read the information so we can learn more as we fly, because there is so much about New York to learn. And that's been my thing of streaming, Dane, since I started streaming to begin with. When I did my baseball series back in 2021, I made all this so you guys could learn as we fly about the teams and history and all that sort of stuff. And it became a hallmark of my channel. It's been that way. And I've been teaching guys about history, culture, geography, and more. there's so many really great places to learn about. And that's what's great about Microsoft Flight Sim is it brings the whole world into the sim. It's fantastic. To spread my love of knowledge and information is it's just even better. It makes things even better. Oh, thank you so much, Dane, for the kindness. Um, let's see who's flying with us still. It's been a while since I last checked. Let's see who's still with us. Hey, Loof Sadler with the follow. Thank you so much, Loof Sadler, for the follow. Welcome on in. So we're doing the DC-3 around the world trip, by the way, for both Dane and Loof Sadler. We're doing the DC-3 around the world trip recreation. We're recreating Breitling's historic around the world trip that they did back in 2017. We're currently on leg 51 from Rochester, New York to Boston. We're heading to Hanscom Fields. So that's what we're doing today. I started this journey back in Geneva in New Year's Day. We have recreated their flights across Europe, the Middle East, South and Southeast Asia, up to East Asia, then went across the Pacific to Alaska before falling down to the contiguous 48. So that's what we've been doing there. We've been doing lots of flights. Howdy, my folk. Good to see ya. You've been Class A abandoned. Oh, no. Oh, yeah, you and the Phantom. I don't have the F4, though. But yeah, this should be fun. I'm having a great time here. And I've been doing this streaming stuff since 2021. I had some help from some great community members. Tuto Murphy, Allison Johnson, they helped me out and helped me get started streaming. And man, I have not looked back since when I started. I've been enjoying every bit of it. Hey, Lex Daniel, first time check. Good to see you, Lex. Lexi Daniel, good to see you. Great to see all the new faces here in chat. It's great to see you guys here. I hope everyone's doing well. And what a great time to celebrate the weekend by being here with you guys. Earlier today, we actually visited Niagara Falls earlier. And I loaded up Jefferson's 2001 Niagara Falls scenery for this one. We got to visit all three of the major falls of the Horseshoe, America, and I think, yeah, it is Horseshoe Falls, the American Falls. I think there's one small. But yeah, we basically visited Niagara Falls. It's definitely beautiful. Well, we had a great to see all the new folks here. As always, it's great to see you guys here. But man, this is a beautiful flight. Yeah, New York State is definitely a very pretty state to visit, especially when you get to the forest in the Northeast or through the Hudson River Valley. I mean, you get some great scenery around New York State. Like I said, there's way more to New York than just the big skyscrapers and that. It's pretty cool. So let's go ahead and cover more about New York State before we cross the border into Massachusetts. So let's get the transportation in New York completed. So New York has one of the oldest and extensive transportation networks in the U.S. Thanks to all the engineering challenges of the state and issues with New York City with urban crowding, they have to be very creative with the transportation. Very much the state of the population followed through the waterways of the Hudson and the Erie Canal, with the railroads being built in the 19th century and the throughway of highways in the 20th century. The main department for New York transportation is the New York State Department of Transportation, or NYS DOT, is where it's responsible for highways, railroads, transit, port, waterway, and aviation facilities. Mainly in Albany County, New York, is where they're headquartered in the state. In terms of driving in automobiles, the DMV, there's over 11 million driver's licenses on file and more than 10,000 vehicle registrations as well. And of course, there's a lot more about transportation in New York. So some of the more intricate details about New York, um, obviously, when a lot of people think of transit, they think the New York City subway center in New York, which goes through Manhattan, Brooklyn, Queens, and the Bronx. And they go down to the entire subway system of New York City. And I mean, no trip in New York is ever complete without visiting the New York City subway. In terms of automobile stuff, um, there's over lots of different bridges and railways, but the most famous bridge in New York is definitely the Brooklyn Bridge that was built in 1883. And of course, there's also airports, which there are definitely a lot of airports in state of New York. But there's quite a few busy airports. But the busiest airports and all that are in New York City's JFK. In fact, the New York metropolitan area technically has 3 major airports. The main international gateway to New York is John F. Kennedy International. Hey, hey, hello there. Hey, hello there. Yeah, there's also LaGuardia Airport, which is the main domestic flight is to LaGuardia. Is the main domestic airport. And finally, even though this is technically in New Jersey, Newark actually is in New Jersey, but it does a lot of other flights around the New York metropolitan area in Newark. In addition, there's other airports in the state like Stewart, Syracuse, Rochester, and Buffalo are some of the other major airports around the state. So yeah, definitely some very important information to learn about in New York. And finally, we have some New York fun facts. First off, the state capital is actually in Albany, not New York City, but in Albany, New York. But Albany was actually the first European settlement in the state, and it became capital in 1797. But Albany was the first European settlement in New York. And also Adirondack Park in New York. You wouldn't believe this, but it's actually the largest national park in the U.S. outside of Alaska. That's right. This national park is bigger than Grand Canyon, the Smoky Mountains, Canyonlands National Park. No, that's I do not want to hear is the autopilot. Hey, Gamer Boy, good to see ya. Welcome on in, Gamer Boy. Yes, we're about to enter into Massachusetts. We don't have too much longer to Massachusetts, but yeah, Adirondack National Park is massive. It is absolutely huge. It covers an area of 28 million acres of land. Is Adirondack Park. Next is, of course, New York City hosts the largest railway station. Grand Central Terminal is the world's largest railway station with 44 platforms situated on 2 underground levels of the Grand Terminal. New York is second only to Vermont in maple syrup production. And following the last major fact about New York, it was the first state in the union to require automobile license plates, all the way back in 1901. So yeah, those are just some pretty fun fights. Oh, do you start university tomorrow? Good luck, my dude, on university. You know, as a college graduate, like it takes a lot of time and effort to focus on university. Like I said, focus on the academics is extremely important. So good luck on doing that, my dude. So Oh, I love to play Flight Sim next year and get my pilot's license. Yes. Yep. Definitely very much so. Um, yeah, I'm definitely very interested to see the flights in 2024. I can't wait for 2024. I mean, they're going to add tons of improvement to the sim and all that. They worked very, very hard to really improve the sim. I mean, and I'm very excited for some of the new planes they're going to bring in. I mean, they're going to bring in an Airbus A380 into the sim. I don't think it's going to be as good as the, obviously, from the guys by Fly-by-Wire, but it's definitely going to be interesting to see one in the sim. Though the one I'm most interested from Flight Sim 2024 to fly again is the A400 Airbus Atlas. The Airbus A400M Atlas, because it is basically a more powerful C-130, which C-130 was actually the first plane I've ever flown in. Is a C-130 for my high school trip back when I was an ROTC student. So yeah, A3, yeah, the A3 is going to be included for MSFS 2024. They saw in the trailer. Oh yeah, I'm excited too, and I really do enjoy this sim. But yeah, I'm very very excited for this next one. It's going to be a great, great. Hey, I don't have Batson though. Uh, baseball. Yeah, I brought that back in my old series. Yeah, baseball's still my favorite sport, Joshy. But I'm not on VATSIM, Joshy. But I actually have documents to tell me on VATSIM in case if I did join. But I would do it in the future, but not now. Yeah, I definitely need to be on VATSIM. I do have a VATSIM account, and I've already done all the initiation stuff. I just need to do it for real this time. So, but yeah, I do need to get on VATSIM in the future, just not now. So I'm going to go ahead and talk about Massachusetts for a bit. Let's go ahead and get started with the state of Massachusetts. Yes, the name is not the easiest to spell, but Massachusetts is actually one of the New England states of the region of New England in the northeast U.S., bordering the Atlantic Ocean, the Gulf of Maine to the east, Connecticut, Rhode Island to the south, New Hampshire, Vermont to the north, and New York to the west. Massachusetts is the sixth smallest state by land area. Despite its small size, though, it's got over 7 million residents and is the most populous state in New England. And the third most densely populated state after New Jersey and Rhode Island. I have enough bats in for the both of us. Oh, that's funny, Dane. Oh, that's fun. Yeah, holy cow. Harry Carey, if you guys don't know anything about Harry Carey, he was the longtime broadcaster, not just the Cardinals, but mainly most known is the Chicago Cubs. Holy cow. Yeah, Massachusetts was one of the major centers of the American Revolution in the colonial era. Obviously, it was where the English first settled their English colonization with the Plymouth colony in 1620, but it grew to become one of the major centers of colonial America, including the Salem witch trials, the Springfield Armory, and of course the American Revolution as the cradle of liberty. where many people of the American Revolution did a lot of their stuff. It's since been a powerful scientific, commercial, and cultural role in U.S. history throughout much of the different histories as well, and much, much more. It's home to all sorts of institutions and learning, including Harvard. Yes, one of the premier universities in the world is Harvard, as well as MIT and other highly influential academic institutions. And as a result, it's one of the educated, most developed, and wealthiest states in the country, and it's among one of the best places to live in the country. Yeah, Massachusetts, really, really cool state as well. I'm going to be visiting there next year. I'm going to be doing a Canada, New England stuff, so I'm going to actually spend a whole day in Boston, check out the city. Yep. But Massachusetts actually has a long history before colonization by Europeans. The state where Massachusetts was originally inhabited by the Algonquian language family, including the many different tribes, including the Wampanoag, the Narragansett, Nipmuc, Potomac, Mohican, and Massachusetts, and the Massachusetts tribe. In fact, the Massachusetts tribe was actually what the state was actually named after. While cultivation of crops like squash and corn were an important part of the diets, these people also hunted, fished, and searched the forest for their foods. But the colonial period didn't really start until the 1600s, which could cause a lot of epidemics, like smallpox, measles, influenza, and leprotrosis into the northeastern region of the U.S., and it killed nearly 90% of the Native Americans that lived there between 1617 and 1619. The first English colonizers in Massachusetts, the Puritans, arrived on the Mayflower in 1620, and it was the second permanent English colony in North America after the Jamestown colony in Virginia. The first Thanksgiving was celebrated by Puritans after their first harvest in the New World and lasted 3 days. They were soon followed by other Puritans, which colonized what was now known as Boston in 1630. As a result, in 1641, the Massachusetts colony expanded inland significantly, which acquired the Connecticut River Valley to the settlement Springfield, which was disputed with and defected from its administrators, the Connecticut colony. And then in 1691, the colonies of Massachusetts Bay and Plymouth were unified along with present-day Maine into the province of Massachusetts Bay Colony in New England. However, this area really grew, though, during the 18th century, when it was a center of the movement for the independence from Great Britain, as colonists in Massachusetts have long uneasy relations with the monarchy. Protests against British attempts to attack the colonies after the French and Indian War ended with multiple events, including the Boston Massacre in 1770, and just 3 years later, the Boston Tea Party escalated tensions. Then, with the Intolerable Acts of 1774, it decreased local autonomy, increasing dissent. The anti-parliamentary men like Samuel Adams, John Hancock, were the primary reason to unify the 13 colonies on the outbreaks of the American Revolution in 1775. And Massachusetts was where the first battles of the Revolution occurred, during the battles of Lexington and Concord. And future President George Washington took over and became the leader of the Continental Army after the battle, and Massachusetts was involved during much of the American Revolution, mainly with the siege of Boston as well. So after the American Revolution won, John Adams made Massachusetts the first state to abolish slavery, and he helped build a lot of the stuff that built the modern-day Constitution was in Boston. After the Shays' Rebellion, and became the 6th state to ratify the U.S. Constitution in 1788. Then, starting with the 19th century, Maine separated from Massachusetts. But Massachusetts still became a major leader in the American Revolution, with factories all over around states like Lowell, Boston, producing textiles and shoes, factories around, and of course Springfield produced tools, papers, and textiles. Although Massachusetts was the first slave-owning colony, Massachusetts was a major center for progressivism and abolitionist activity because, well, it was the first state to actually ban slavery. So obviously, it became a major center with people like Horace Mann, Henry David Thoreau and Ralph Waldo Emerson made major contributions to philosophy, as well as a major center for progressivism as well, with abolitionists like John Brown and Sawyer Troup living around Massachusetts. Frederick Douglass lived in Boston, and Susan B. Anthony in Adams, Massachusetts. Yep. Which would eventually lead to a lot of changes. And then Massachusetts played a big role in the Civil War, as it was the first state to recruit, train, and arm a black regiment with white officers, the 54th Massachusetts Infantry Regiment, as well. Then, during the 20th century, Massachusetts suffered the Boston Stock Exchange, went to a lot of trading, and with the departure of several economies, the area's industry declined in the early 20th century with competition for the South and Midwest states. And it would still continue for even the later half of the century with the Springfield Armory being closed in 1969 as well. But then it shifted more to more of a service-based economy with technology and all that. Into a service-based economy. So yeah, that is the geography. That is about the history of Massachusetts. And right now, guys, we are actually about to fly over Albany. Oh, nice. So yeah, we're about to fly over Albany, everyone. This is actually the capital of New York, of the state of New York. We're about to fly over soon. And yes, this was also a city that was now updated in, actually, I think it was one of the first city updates. Albany was affected. Albany is definitely a neat city. Worth checking out. Right on the banks of the Hudson. So right now we're just 108 nautical miles left to go. Do you have a Discord? I do have a Discord. Yep, they updated it for one of the city updates. But yeah, Albany is definitely a very cool little small city. Definitely as well. But yeah, Albany just got updated as well from one of the city updates. But it's definitely a neat little city as well. I mean, this city's been around since the Dutch have been around since 1614, which is pretty crazy. But it became a major center for regional stuff. But yeah, let's go over some bits of the rest of Massachusetts. We only got about mounts. Let's go over the rest of it. So Massachusetts, despite its small size, you'd be surprised because Massachusetts is actually quite a distinctive state. That's because in the east you obviously have forests and all that, but once you head more to the west, you have the hilly rural region of central Massachusetts and the Connecticut River Valley, and then you have the western border. Lies the most elevated part of the state, the Berkshires, forming a portion of the northern terminus of the Appalachian Mountains. It's actually here in Massachusetts, which is pretty crazy to think about. But yes, there are actually mountains in Massachusetts, part of Appalachia. The highest point in Massachusetts is actually Mount Breitling. Um, and, and that's around almost 3,500 feet. Which is actually pretty high, all things considered. Massachusetts, you wouldn't expect it, but it's actually true. Massachusetts also has a humid semi-tropical climate with cold winters and warm summers. Far southeast coastal areas are the transition to humid subtropical. Um, Mixed. The climate of Boston is quite representative for the rest, with summer highs around 81 degrees and winter highs at 35. And Boston's quite a wet city because of its coastal climate. Due to its location in the Atlantic, Massachusetts is vulnerable to nor'easters, hurricanes, and tropical storms. It is quite a vulnerable location, though I haven't seen too much information about tropical storms in Massachusetts. Of course, Massachusetts is absolutely, like New York, Massachusetts is a major center of education. In fact, it was actually ranked number 1 among all 50 U.S. states by the U.S. News and World Report. It was the first state in North America to require municipalities to appoint a teacher for grammar school. In 19th century reforms by Horace Mann laid the groundwork for compulsory universal public education that was established in 1852. It's home to the oldest school in continuous existence, the Roxbury Latin School in 1645, as well as the oldest public elementary school, high school, and operating boarding school and college as well. Massachusetts is a first in areas. Massachusetts is home to 121 institutions of higher education. In fact, in Cambridge, there are 2 major private universities that are among the top in the world: Harvard and Massachusetts Institute of Technology, or MIT. In addition, there are other extremely prominent Massachusetts universities, including Tufts University, Boston College, Brandeis University, Boston University, and Northeastern University are some of the finest universities in the country. There's also tons of liberal arts colleges like Williams College and Amherst, as well as the top Catholic liberal arts and the College of the Holy Cross. But yeah, there are lots of public schools that in Massachusetts. If in terms of economy-wise, Massachusetts did their gross GDP is around 584 billion U.S. dollars. The per capita is actually the 3rd highest in the country at around $53,221. Massachusetts has got 12 Fortune 500 companies, including Liberty Mutual, TJX Companies, General Electric, Raytheon, State Street Corporation, and Boston Scientific. And Massachusetts is definitely one of the upper tier in terms of scientific innovation when you have all those universities. Sectors that are pretty important include biotech, information tech, finance, and more, as well as a major gross investment. So that's Boston's economy. Of course, in terms of agriculture, there's about 7,000 farms, and they mainly make greenhouse floriculture and sod products. And also, Massachusetts is the 2nd largest cranberry producer after Wisconsin. In terms of transportations, Massachusetts has 10 regional planning organizations throughout the state, including different railroads and railways. But the main thing that Massachusetts has been long known for is ferry services across Cape Cod and Martha's Vineyard, and Nantucket as well, all connect through quite a few ferries. And then in terms of air services, by far the largest busy airport in Massachusetts is Boston Logan, which served 33.5 million passengers in 2015. As well as other airports like Hanscom Field and Worcester Regional Airport operated by the state. And finally, there's about 36,800 miles of interstates and other highways in Massachusetts. Ooh. So, and then in terms of arts and culture here in the state, Massachusetts is very rich in culture. It's got a rich history with both Native American and Yankee roots, as well as other immigrant groups. Obviously, we know Massachusetts was a major center of the Transcendentalist movement, featuring Ralph Waldo Emerson, who lived much of his life in Concord, but his work Nature in 1836, as well as Henry David Thoreau. And it's got homes to tons of famous authors and poets. One of those including Dr. Seuss himself, as well as H.P. Lovecraft, Edgar Allan Poe, and others have been. It's also got performing arts, and of course, tons of museums, including the USS Constitution Museum, the Springfield Armory Historic Site, the Freedom Trail Minuteman Historic Park, Plymouth Rock, and more. Got tons of museums and other locations as well. And in terms of sports, Massachusetts is also home to 5 Major League sports teams, including the 17-time NBA champion Boston Celtics, the 9-time World Series champs Boston Red Sox, boo, 6-time Stanley Cup winners Boston Bruins, and the 6-time New England Patriots who won the Super Bowl. So yeah, that is about Massachusetts. And finally, let's look at some fun facts about Massachusetts. So Paul Revere took his famous ride in Boston on April 18, 1775. Paul Revere took his famous ride to alert the citizens that soldiers were approaching the city, and that preparation prevented them from being caught by surprise. Another fun fact about Massachusetts was actually the chocolate chip cookie was actually invented in Massachusetts when Ruth Wakefield invented it in Whitman, Massachusetts in 1930s, and it became so popular she put it on her cookbook, and it later spread the chocolate chip cookie across the country. Of course, you can also find the Salem witch trials. Between 1692 and 1693, over 200 people were accused of being witches, and many of them were killed during or after the trials. Because, well, back then people were kind of superstitious. So, and finally, the last major fact for this trip is it has the longest. It has the lake with the longest name in the world. I kid you not. In Massachusetts, there's a lake called Lake. Oh boy, Lake Chargo Chargo Gagago Machu Gago Chabana Gung Magog, which comes from the Nipmuc language meaning English Nine-Men and Nipmuc Indians at the boundary or neutral fishing place. Yeah. Good luck with me trying to pronounce the name. Yeah, I'm a Rays fan. I know they don't like it. So yeah. Well, guys, that is the history and facts about Massachusetts. And yeah, look at this, guys. I mean, who would have expected this, though? I mean, the Washington Avenue, Massachusetts, people think, oh, Massachusetts, it's all about, it's all flat, it's got coast. No, it's got mountains here, too. Very pretty mountains. Very, very pretty. Just stunning. That's what's great about the United States. There are so many great areas to fly. I mean, you're not too far away from hills, mountains, and more. But yeah, we are not very far at all from our final destination here. We're just 78 nautical miles away. We are not far at all. This area is just very pretty. That's why I like flying in the U.S. so much. You can't go wrong with the scenery of the United States. I should add the stall effect. I guess I probably should add it in the future, but not right now. But I'll probably do it after stream. Yeah, beautiful areas. Yeah, this has been absolutely an amazing flight. Yeah, beautiful areas. There's definitely a lot of great places here in the States worth visiting. So let's go ahead and um so yeah, I know we're about 60 miles away. Uh, Mission accomplished. Yep. For sure. But man, this has been a great flight. I mean, nearly a 5-hour stream. And this has been amazing. So, yeah, we got. Oh, no worries. You got something for me. So we're just about less than 60 nautical miles from our trip. We're going to be landing here in about less than 30 minutes. I mean, this area is just so great. Yeah, Windsor ILS. You're taking ILS at 11. Good to see you, Atmos Kim. How you been doing? Welcome on back, my dude. But yeah, we're actually in Massachusetts. We're just very close to landing here. I'm gonna go ahead and send it a bit. Ah, nice. 56 nautical miles. Nice. There's Mongo in the Beechcraft 18, and there's Admiral's Kim. I see you now. Welcome on in, guys. Sorry about that. So yeah, we're getting very, very close onto the final destination. Again, this has been absolutely beautiful today. I mean, and they said, oh, the eastern United States is flat. Oh, there's plenty of hilly places around Appalachia and stuff. There's definitely some really cool places to be. Let's go ahead and talk about some of the final slides for today. Let's go ahead and talk about some sites and landmarks to check out Massachusetts. There are a ton of landmarks in the country to visit. Many of them are around Boston, including the Boston National Historical Park, which includes several historic sites, including the Freedom Trail, which follows the historic battlegrounds and museums outlining the American War. There's the U.S.'s Constitution, which is located northwest in the region of Charleston. There's also the Bunker Hill Monument and Museum, the New England Aquarium, the Paul Revere House, and the Old North Church. Of course, there's also Fenway Park in Boston, home of the Boston Red Sox, been around since 1912. There's also Cape Cod National Seashore, just off the coast of Cape Cod, popular for swimming, surfing, paddleboarding, and boating. And speaking around Cape Cod, you also have, well, you also have Plymouth Rock, located in Plymouth, where the Pilgrims first landed back in 1620. And they landed right near Provincetown, where you can find Pilgrim's Rock. And then lastly is the Minutemen Historic Park, located in Concord, where you can visit the tour of the battle sites, watch live reenactments, and see artifacts of the war. There's also grave sites around there too. That's located in the north, right around Concord. And there are many places you can visit here: the Concord Museum, the Minutemen Park, and of course, one of the most unique areas of those national sites is the Old North Bridge, which was right next to where the battle happened. And this bridge has been featured in, and this is where the first shots of the American Revolution fired from, were from the bridge. And that bridge has been featured in all sorts of media, not just in movies, but also video games. This is where Fallout 4 was mainly set in Sanctuary, had the Old North Bridge. Oh, and just imagine playing the old Fallout games. Ah, that brings me back. And finally, our final stop here is Hanscom Field in Massachusetts, right in Bedford. It is mainly a GA airport, and it's the largest generation airport in all of New England. Both runways can accommodate jets and are used by the Hanscom Air Force Base, which is located on the grounds right next to it. And it's a very popular trade airport with more than 40 rental planes, and they're mainly used by 3 FBO's Jet Aviation, Rectrix Aviation, and Signature Flight Support. It's also sometimes used by the Boston Bruins, Celtics, and Red Sox instead of Logan for charter games. And it serves all sorts of planes from Piper Cubs to Gulfstream 5 jets. It has two main runways. 1129 is 7,000 feet, and runway 0523 is around 5,107 feet. It's very popular for general aviations. It used to have some regional flights back in the old days, but they've since moved on to Boston, Logan, I believe. But right now, they're currently doing cargo flights on the cargo service of AirNet. As well as it's also been the host site for many films, including Pink Panther 2, as well as Paul Blart Mall Cop. So yeah, that's a little bit about Hanscom. But yeah, that's all the slides for today, everyone. We're gonna be landing here in Hanscom. This is gonna be a 35 miles out. So guys, let's go ahead and do the final land predictions for today. We have one final prediction. Exclamation point predict. All right, let's go ahead and put this into predictions. Exclamation point predict, and we can get our final landing in stream. So thanks for the predictions, everyone. I mean, this has been an absolutely blast stream today. We're going to be landing. Um, so yeah, the next DC-3 stream will not be until September 17th. It's going to be a long while since we do the next. It will be from Boston to New York Teterboro. We're going to be in Teterboro for the next one. Will be from Hanscom Field to Teterboro. But before that, we'll be checking out New York City, the Big Apple, for some pics. Then from there, we'll be flying up from Teterboro all the way up to Quebec City in Canada. And that will prepare us for the next long flight from Quebec to Goose Bay, and then obviously Goose Bay all the way up to Greenland. But yeah, we're going to be going through some pretty long flights. Mm-hmm. Can I change my prediction after Bob? Oh, I don't think you could change it, sadly. But yeah, Bob Barker passed away yesterday. Hey, good to see you, Program Delta. Welcome, first time chat. Welcome on in. We have a retired DC-3 in our airport. Oh, oh, that's cool. An old DC-3. Yeah, I've actually been inside of a DC-3 myself. During Bowman Fest in Louisville last year. Last October, we went inside of a DC-3. Got to actually sit up in one of the seats. But very, very cool to actually get to see a DC-3 in the inside. But yeah, that's nice. DC-3s are so cool. This particular DC-3 we're flying here today was Flagship Cleveland. Back in the 1940s, they actually built her. She served World War II dutifully, and then she went on to have a very long commercial career across smaller flights around the U.S. from Trans-Texas Airways to Boston Provincetown. Then she fell into the private hands of Francisco Gullo. He actually bought the plane back in 2009. Convinced Breitling for a couple of years, and then we finally did in 2017. And that's what we're doing right now, recreating that historic journey in 2017. But yeah, DC-3s they're bigger than you think. Like DC-3s, the DC-3 is I mean, she's small by modern airline standards, but she's still a pretty big bird, all things considered. I mean, wingspan of 95 feet, 64 feet long, carries up to 21 dirty passengers, but man, she's such a capable plane. So capable. There's a reason why the plane's still limited services today. Yeah, these birds, I mean, they're just so capable. That's why the DC-3s had such a long service career, and that's not even counting the conversions, Basler conversions. They're still making those versions of the DC-3 today for Basler, with turboprop engines and all that, and they grew to be quite popular for both military and both military and civilian services. They're very popular. Yeah, have you ever heard of LaBelle? That is a town. Oh, that's in Florida, LaBelle. That's right. I think I've heard about it. LaBelle County, Florida. Yeah, I think I heard about it. Oh, that's right near Fort Myers. That's to the east of Fort Myers, Florida. I think I've heard about it. I heard about from looking at some stuff, but yeah, that's LaBelle, Florida. I've been to Florida a few times, program. I've never been to LaBelle, but I think I've heard it. But yeah, that's right near Fort Myers, I believe. LaBelle Municipal. All right, guys, I think we just see Hanscom. So I'm going to go ahead and disable the gyro pilot. Go ahead and start slowing her down a bit. There's Hanscom Field. Not far in the off the distance is Boston's. But yeah, it is definitely very, very cool. DC-3 is one of my favorites, and I'm so glad that Microsoft managed to bring this into the sim with Airport Heaven. I'm glad we got to fly this beauty in the sim. And it's available for everyone, which is great. DC-3 is just such an iconic bird. It's one of my all-time favorites in real life, so always a treat for me to fly this thing. Yeah, just amazing flying. Mongo, Atmos Chem. So we'll be but yeah, I'll be posting the schedule for next week. Just to let you guys know, there will be no streams Friday or Sunday. I have a vacation trip to go through to Bermuda. So, but we do have a stream on Wednesday, which is going to be the ATR stuff. We're going to be checking out Saudi Arabia from Abha to Jeddah to Medina. So we're going to check out those three cities as well. I'm going to do some flying in the Middle East. I haven't done very much of that, surprisingly. Though the Middle East has got some beautiful areas in the region. I'm finally ready to go around and eat it. Yeah. Da, da, da. Yep, I know that theme. Perfect. Okay. Oh, crossing the lake now. Nice. Perfect. Oh yeah, if you guys want to know about that victory theme, the victory theme that he just played there was actually from Final Fantasy VII. That was the victory theme. Dun, dun, dun. Basically, Final Fantasy VII, major RPG game that was from 1990s. That's old school nowadays. Yeah, welcome to Hanscom Field here in Massachusetts. Beautiful place. But guys, thank you so much for coming here. This has been about over 5 hours of streaming. This has been a fantastic stream here, guys. This was a blast. between Niagara Falls and park right here next to and we're gonna park. Add coffee engines. Make sure. And that is it, everyone. We can finally wrap up the stream here, guys. Welcome to Boston. Welcome to Hanscom Field, just outside of Boston in Bedford. Guys, a massive thank you for everyone here on today. This has been an amazing stream. An awesome day today. Thank you guys so much for the raids and the new follows. A massive thank you for everyone here on this stream. This has been an absolute blast. So, like I said earlier, we're going to be back on Wednesday for ATR flights across Arabia. And across Saudi Arabia, we'll be checking out that. So for today, we're going to go ahead and say hello to my good friends, the Shadow Splay team. We're going to be setting up a raid for them just shortly. So guys, thank you so much, and I hope to see you guys on Wednesday. There will be no stream Fridays or Sundays, so this will be our last week for quite a while. So I hope to see you guys all then. Take care, everyone, and have a fantastic rest of your weekend. Bye!